8 minutes past the hour. Welcome into the kickoff hour. We have got a busy show on tap today. The Bible study live today, noon Central. Oh, yeah, it's not Tuesday. It's Wednesday if you are off a day. Labor Day was Monday, so if that is you, you're like, oh, wow, you're right. Yeah, today is Wednesday. So Bible study live today, noon Central. Wheel of Meat could spin. Greg banging on them drums, you never know. And so that's there for you. A lot more to discuss today, plus your phone calls, 866-WE-BE-BIG. 180 Van Adler, he is here. And I've got the other crew, too. It's the Good Time Gang. Mr. Greg Burgess and Michael Helms over to my right. What up, boys? How are y'all?
Hey.
How about you? Hey. How's Coco Helms doing?
Good.
He got a little puppy.
Good. Yeah, I'm it's early.
Yeah.
Don't want to get ahead of myself, but right now I'm just going to hush because
Yeah.
everything's going really well.
Well, I saw Amanda
Calm down.
put something like y'all were at a park or something like that, and I don't know, it was like somebody. It looked like Caroline was on a swing set or something. I don't know. And Coco was sitting there, and I was like, "Well, look at them out and about."
Yeah, yeah. Well, these dogs,
Little
they
dinner
need
time
they need to
walk.
get the energy out.
Yeah.
And so that encourages us to get out too.
And I think it's as a puppy, getting them used to a collar and a leash and all
That's
that. That's good stuff.
she's
So,
doing good with that. Again, we're crate training, and it's going a lot. We've never full blown done that, so I don't really know what to expect. But I feel like we're being very blessed in that category right now. I'll just leave it at that.
Okay, all right.
Because I don't want to jinx
Good
it.
puppy is what you're
It's
saying.
really
up to
good
this
puppy
point.
at this point.
It's like having a child that sleeps through the night.
Yeah, but no, it has been like that. And I get it's early, and that's
Yeah.
going to change, and there's
Yeah,
going to be
sure it is.
something at some point. But like now, I'm thinking, my goodness, I'd have 4 of them if they were all like this.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Oh, wow. So you're already at
a little
4.
quick.
All right.
Yeah,
Amanda
it's-
wants him to have, or her to have a friend,
Yeah.
so be ready for that. Little Coco.
We'll see. Yes, everything is
Okay.
going great.
Good
So,
deal.
yeah.
Well, and speaking of the whole crate thing, it's really one of those things where if nobody's playing with the puppy, what do you do with it?
Yeah.
Because if you just let it roam the house and pee and chew on everything, that's not really the puppy's fault. You know what I mean? So
Right.
you're like, what do you do with the puppy? And
Yeah.
so we had a really big, oversized crate and a little
Yeah.
play area where you're like, okay, let's put the puppy there. That way we know where it is. Because there's nothing worse than, hey, who's watching the puppy and you can't find the puppy?
What we've done, and
And it's
again,
in the den chewing on a leg of some piece
Exactly.
of furniture, You're
Well,
like, wow, there it is.
I have.
They'll chew.
I don't know if we're doing it right, but we've got a smaller crate in our bedroom.
Yeah.
And then we've got this giant crate
Oh,
that
yeah.
like a Great Dane would be in. Okay. It's
There you go.
huge. It's the size of the pinball machine in here.
wow.
I mean, it's
love
how big. It's probably
Okay.
it's probably wider than that.
Greg, that's kind of what you sleep in.
And
It is.
and that's in the main room. And so
Mm-hmm.
what we've been doing is when we go to bed, we put Coco in the small crate in our bedroom.
mm-hmm.
And then she sleeps in there until she wakes up and needs to go out. And
Yeah.
and the last few nights it's been 12:30, 1:30, 2:30.
Mm-hmm.
We get up, we take her, we put her in the crate in the living room.
Yeah.
The bigger crate.
Yep.
That way, if she's whimpering about being in the crate, we don't hear her.
Oh, yeah, that's the key.
And so,
How about if you hear it? You can't
but
sleep.
I've snuck in there and looked, and Amanda has snuck in there and looked, and she's doing fine. She just
Okay.
goes right back to sleep.
And stop there.
I know.
Up to this point.
Up to this point.
Let me ask y'all a
So
question.
we're in a good routine, and everybody's on board. Everybody's not like, well, I don't want to hear a whimper, so I'm not going in there. I mean, everybody is going by the plan at this
Yeah.
point. So,
Have y'all ever been in a dog crate and been carried around?
No, I can't say I have.
Yeah. When I went to the PETA protest,
I remember that.
the Rick and Bubba Army, they actually put me in a oversized dog crate like you're talking
Boy, it was
about.
tight in there.
Yeah, it was a big one, and then they carried me around like I was a king, and then set me right down to
I like that.
the lady painted like a tiger, and there was protesting in south side of Birmingham, and we just sat there and ate burgers and with that leather jacket, and everybody
And
screamed at us.
Screamed through a bullhorn.
Yeah.
How
It
about
was a lot of
Braden,
fun.
our 16-year-old, got in the crate a couple days ago and forgot he was in there for a minute. He
Yeah.
took his phone in there, and all of a sudden he realized, hey, I've been sitting in this crate for about 5 minutes looking at my phone. That's how big it is. It's
Yeah.
actually
Dang.
comfy in there. So
We actually, when the kids were younger, because whenever it's time for the dog to go to sleep or whatever, we used to put a blanket over the crate.
Yeah.
And they were playing hide and go seek, and we couldn't find Reese one time, and he was in the crate with the blanket over.
It's a good
And I
one.
was like, "Wow, was it peaceful in there?" He goes, "Dad, I got to tell you, it's
I know.
pretty peaceful.
Yeah.
Nobody could find
The
it,
only
though."
thing wrong with this, Greg, you can relate this. You just got a giant crate in your living room.
Yeah,
That's the
yeah,
only bad thing
right.
about this.
That's the only
it is.
downside.
And Amanda,
How do you decorate a crate?
But to your point, you got blankets and
Oh, sure.
things kind of sitting on top of it. I'm like, okay,
Yeah.
whatever it takes.
Oh my goodness. So there's your update on that little Coco.
Yeah, Coco's
that's good. Settling in.
Something else. She is.
All right. So tomorrow night, if you're listening live, Thursday night, Hard Knocks features the Cowboys, and so I've been watching those. I think y'all have. I know you have. Hamza.
I
don't
do
know
what I
about
do
Greg.
every year. I come out of the gate and I watch 2 episodes, then I forget it's on.
Yeah.
I've got
do it every
I've got
year.
one episode to catch up on.
Okay. And they release on Tuesday nights,
They do.
right? So that means I looked yesterday afternoon, and the last
Yeah, I
one had
didn't
not
see
been
it either.
released. Did it hit overnight?
I didn't
do
see
you
it,
know?
no.
Okay.
Then they cut Dak in this one.
Yeah. He hadn't played in a preseason game. Of
Yeah.
course, they hadn't won a game in preseason, but he hasn't played, and a lot of the starters haven't either. I think
Well,
a
good
couple
thing
of
for
them have done
preseason.
this, that, and the other. Well, you're trying to get the guy. I think you're trying to be careful with the folks that you don't want to get hurt, and then Dak had that shoulder issue and all this kind of stuff. But anyway, they start with Tampa Bay. Tomorrow
night,
night, if you are into, I know, Greg, how it's tough for you on Thursday nights
I
to
like
watch
NFL on
NFL.
Thursday. I really don't.
NBC has the game.
Especially when they wear weird uniforms.
Yeah. But and Tom Brady, he went nuts on these uniforms and changing the numbers and stuff. He's not happy.
What?
There's a story out that we'll have to break down, but not very happy on changing of numbers and all this kind of stuff. Basically saying that just as you find somebody's number, then the numbers change, and you got to retrain your mind and watch film and stuff. But we'll update you on that. But anyway, what I was bringing it up for is the Tampa Bay and Dallas play tomorrow night.
It's a
on
big
NBC.
opener. Yeah.
Yeah, they
Wow,
don't,
so
they
it's
don't-
real.
It's real. It is really real. And my kids have been pulled into this fantasy football thing again.
Yeah, mine
And they
too.
come to me
Or
and they ask me
Braden.
questions, and I don't know. I ain't got a clue. You know what I'm saying? I mean, they're like, "Hey, Dad, what do you think on
Way too much effort.
What do you think
involved
on
in
running backs?" And I'm like, "What?"
I've just never had a desire to do it. Never.
Y'all remember Le'Veon Bell, right? You remember
Yeah.
him?
Yeah.
How good he was? Do you realize the Ravens just picked him up for their practice squad?
I saw that.
Practice
He was-
squad.
Yeah.
I couldn't tell you the first thing about who we are expecting. I mean, obviously, I'm thinking Tampa Bay's going to have a decent run again.
Mm-hmm.
But who else? Who else is out there? I mean,
I don't know.
are the Packers going to be any good this year?
I don't know.
I mean,
Yeah.
I don't know anything about professional
don't either.
football when
I
it
can say
comes.
what-
I have to let it develop over a few weeks before we actually
Yeah.
see something. I mean, I'm anxious to see how Winston does
Yeah.
with
yeah.
the Saints.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Of course,
I mean,
I
I-
always want to know if the Browns or is this
The
going to be
Brown-
the year?
that's
they do
another.
it?
I mean,
Come on in, Greg.
yeah.
You want to be with the Browns this year?
No, I'm just curious.
I'll let you in. You want to? You want
Hey.
to?
I'm gonna stand on the outside and watch.
Is this the year of the Cowboy or not?
Nah.
He's been saying that for 10 years.
Maybe if I don't say it this year, it'll actually happen. Cleveland opens up with Kansas City
Yes,
right
they
out the
do.
gate.
That's a big one Sunday afternoon. I will take a break and come back, but just wanted to let everybody know
Yeah, it's here.
NFL starts Thursday
It
night.
is here.
If you care about that, some of you might not give a rip, and that's all right. But for those of you that do, it's on.
It's real and it's on.
Yep, Greg, I'd like for you to binge Hard Knocks before the game.
Rick and Bubba.
22 minutes past the hour. Welcome into the kickoff hour here on the Rick and Bubba Show. The number 866-WE-BE-BIG. Rick and Bubba join us at top of the next hour. Until then, it's the kickoff hour. Good time, gang. Eddie Van Adler, I'm Speedy. There's Greg. There's Helmsy. And we are live, and we thank you for being with us. Don't forget Bible study live today at noon Central. And the Willamette could spin at any moment. So be standing by for that. This week's podcast, Greg, we're going to catch up with Damon Johnson.
Damon.
We have tracked Damon Johnson down, and he is scheduled to be on this week.
That'll be very interesting.
Yeah, we'll do that tomorrow. And, you know, he's got picked up with Leonard Skinner.
Yeah, I knew he's playing a few shows with them, and you know, Damon, he's
got a lot going on, man.
He's a guitar player for hire. If you
Yes,
need
he
it.
is. Yes,
he's played with a lot of people.
Yeah,
played a lot of songs with people you didn't even know.
Right. So we'll catch up with
That'll be
Damon
interesting.
Johnson. Yeah, I can't wait for that. That's going to be a good talk there. And longtime friend of the show, Damon Johnson, this week's Rick and Bubba University podcast. So make sure that you're standing by for that. We'll get that recorded tomorrow if you're listening live. That's Thursday, and then it'll drop Saturday morning. So make sure you set notifications and following and subscribe to Rick and Bubba University, the podcast. All right, so we get some bizarre. Are we going here? Are we going with this request? I mean, Greg wants to label this feature, and I don't know if we need to do that, Greg.
We're probably not.
You know, there's a lot of people that they don't really understand how things work, and
That's a fact.
I think the request that has come in, even though it's a bizarre one, they're just a little
Extremely
confused.
bizarre.
You know,
I mean,
it's like the guy that
break
wants.
it down. And,
Did you finally break the heart of the guy that wants to play golf with you? Did you finally?
what happened to him?
Yeah, we still email from time to time,
You got you a
but
buddy?
we never played golf. I'm glad you brought that up because I have not updated. We've never played golf, and probably won't. But it's not because I don't like the guy. He's a big fan of the show. I got a weird email, and it's just I don't know if people don't listen or they don't know how things work.
Yeah, I think it's some of that.
But our audience is a huge part of the show, and we love our audience.
Right.
And we love when they're involved. Now, I will say this, and I think y'all would agree, not every single person probably should call in to the show, you know. And, I mean, because we get some duds. I mean, that's why we have a 30-second clock when we do phone trolls is because you either bring it or you don't. And we let that clock run out on a lot of you. And some of it has nothing to do with your presentation or the fact that you shouldn't even be one of those people that call in. It's just you get it all in and move on. You do a fantastic job. But this email, am I going to read it? I read this to Greg earlier today, and Greg, can I say what you said? I mean, I'm not going to say exactly what you said.
Well, that's what I was just when I was
Probably
setting
not.
up. I was like, he's got a name for this feature, but I don't think we say it. I mean, because that's. I mean,
maybe
I
was a little hard.
don't know how many.
You probably were, but I mean,
I don't know how many cusses he said this month.
That
that's.
Well, we don't
gotta
have
ask
to
that.
actually
What a
say
cuss.
what Greg said.
You think that one
okay?
can't get through it? With,
Let's just say this. I won't read.
That was my initial
I
reaction.
won't read-
Now that I thought back,
I won't
maybe
read
the guy's
the-
confused on what's what.
Let's not read the email, okay? Because I don't want to call this guy out. We'll just say that based off an email we got, Greg thinks we should have a new feature and segment on the show called the DA of the Day.
Yeah,
And
but then I shouldn't say that.
Greg, if you take time to email us, like if you sit down in your day, you've got to have a lot going on in your day. I know I do, like your family, your friends, your work. And so if you're going to take the time to email, you would think you'd probably have at least a little bit of it right.
Yeah, this may be the most.
It's just bizarre. It's a
know.
bizarre
I don't know how
request.
anybody, and this doesn't make this person a bad person.
Not at all.
How you came up with this and thought it was an option.
Right. Or is he presenting this? He doesn't present
Now,
it
if
this
he would have
way.
said, "Hey, I got a new idea,"
But he didn't do that
no,
at
not
all.
like this was like a fixture on the show that people do all the time.
Yes.
well, let's read it before we go to break.
I'm not. I just don't want to read it. I don't.
So
wanna
we've
call
done
the
all
guy
this,
out.
and we're not going to say what.
We're just saying that
we've done this whole thing. We're not going to
hell
know.
with
no,
I mean-
it's great. Hey,
All right, so can we just say that we have the golden ticket seats, which we've put on hold here, right?
No,
because
they're done.
this
Never
dang
coming
variant. Hey, thanks.
I'll read the
and-
email.
and-
Since you're
and-
going there, I might as well
and-
read it.
Well, buddy, what are we doing?
Well, it was about Greg having a new segment.
Right, but let's give the audience a little bit about what the request
Just read
was
it.
for.
He didn't say don't tell nobody.
Yeah, I mean,
Like it was a
But what I'm
secret.
saying is that we have the golden ticket seats in the studio.
Just between me and you, Helmsley.
All right,
You can start there.
Yeah, that's a good.
You
point.
don't have to say the college. You just whatever. Just
Well, no, kind of have to because
then go with it. Go with
Okay,
it.
we're fixing to lose a fan.
we are, and that's why I don't want. That's why. No, it's not okay, Greg.
We ain't got to be mean about it. We can just
I don't
read
think
it.
we should lose a fan.
I think we're past that.
If Speedy came up with something like
I'm
this,
trying.
we would make fun of him.
Yeah.
But we would still love him, and we want him to be a part of our lives.
Got to go to break in 40 seconds. Just so y'all
I
know.
talked to a lady on the phone yesterday that was crying because of something we said.
Oh yeah,
She needs to dry up.
That's been forever. Look, you'll get a crier on the phone.
Okay, based off your reaction right now, I don't want to read this.
I'll read it.
Because you're ready to pounce like a
No,
tiger.
I promise I'm
okay?
not. I'm not
You
going.
are.
I won't even comment.
You're ready to pounce like
I won't
Coco on a new
comment.
chew toy. Okay?
But I will say this.
20
I
seconds.
think it stands alone. I won't have to comment at all. I'll just let.
I
I'll
know
let it,
you
I'll let it
don't.
sit there.
But you will.
Nah.
I thought I'd run the clock out, and I haven't.
No. Well, there's people screaming. Please read the email or
When
give
we
us an
come
idea.
You want me to read it?
Yeah.
You sure?
Yeah, I do.
Yeah, I've been begging for it.
Helmsley. Okay, we'll start there.
That's wrong.
Anyway, I can buy golden ticket seats
No, first of all, they're free.
to sit with Rick and Bubba at a JSU football game.
Okay, that wouldn't be a golden ticket seat. That would be a seat at the stadium. Go ahead.
I'm not going ahead with it.
Go ahead.
No, I'm not.
I think we're missing out, and Rick brought this up. I mean, it's been, I can't tell you how many years ago, Friends for Hire. I think this is a great opportunity for us. Yeah.
But that would be called Friends
Yeah,
for
it wouldn't
Hire.
be a golden ticket.
No, it would not.
Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
25 minutes until top of the hour. Kickoff hour is live. Thank you so much for tuning in to the Rick and Bubba Show. It is the kickoff hour, and we are live. Just setting the stage for old Rick and Bubba to join us after top of the hour. They're here. They're ready. The main show starts then. As we roll on, we're just kind of skimming some of the headlines, talking about our personal lives and reading emails on the air. The emails are saying people are in favor of the segment, just so you know.
I just got an email.
The DA of the week,
well,
is that what you said? Yeah. Well, you think?
Somebody just sent me an email, said they would love a golden ticket seat with Greg Burgess to go to Waffle House in Lincoln, Alabama.
That makes about as much sense as that last one. Yeah. They get it, by the way. So we just call it a golden ticket, then we put it in the scenario that we want it, no matter what.
Yeah. Sure.
And look, had to buy it.
Yeah,
don't forget that.
Right.
Golden tickets have never been charged ever.
I love this. This guy's delivery is perfect because when he does the thanks, he spells my name wrong too.
Oh yeah,
he's doing that. I mean, this guy, Jonathan, you are all over it.
Okay, good deal.
Veteran listener, you can tell for sure.
All right, so I need to gauge y'all's interest here because we'll talk about stuff around here and then never do it. We're pretty good at that.
You talking about like going to Top Golf and a tour at UAB facility?
That's what I was going to ask. So we've got a setup of
ready.
Tour of Protective Stadium, okay, which is the new home for UAB, and y'all talked about doing like maybe an afternoon or a lunch or something like that. We go, hit.
We don't even have to do the top.
Golf.
We don't even have to do that.
We could just
just go the tour.
Yeah, it doesn't matter.
I'd rather do that anyway.
Yeah.
But I need to know, like, are y'all really want to do that?
Yes,
Because
I
that
do.
does take
Absolutely.
some planning.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm game.
What about you, Green Shirt?
Greg, are you awake?
Yeah, I was thinking about it. When?
Buddy, I'm going to tell you right now.
The whole golf deal was because we had that weird stalker deal. We were trying to include him.
Yeah.
He's out now, so I'd just like to go to the stadium.
So you just refer to him as a weird stalker, dude? I don't know if you realize
we're all
that.
in that
Yeah,
kind
I
of
just
mode
wanna go to
today.
the
But you claim y'all email each
When are
other?
we doing that?
Huh?
So we've got clear to get a tour of the stadium.
Okay. Were you not listening to me?
Yeah, I thought you were messing. You remember the whole time you act like you were calling and all that.
Okay.
You remember?
But that wasn't now.
That was like 2 months ago.
Yeah, but he was faking like he did it, so I never took it serious. I didn't.
Well, that's what the update is, that we can do this.
Yes,
the
and
tour.
yes. And I'm available anytime but Thursday.
I don't know. I had to check. No, really, we did.
What are you,
I
the
got
president?
a lot of stuff going on.
Well, we all do.
No,
I'm
I got a
just
whole
saying.
bunch of stuff going on. Just saying.
Okay, this is why I'm bringing it up.
Hey,
so
just
Greg's
so you know,
out.
just so you know, I have a lot of stuff going on too.
Yeah.
But I will change that to go hang out with y'all. Thursday is the only day I can't go. I have a hard date right after the show till about 12:30, and I can't get out of that.
Yeah.
So I've got things on Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday that I'll change for this.
Yeah.
To hang
Well,
with y'all.
it's not a whole afternoon, but maybe just 45 minutes of your
Sure.
day. Maybe on the way out of town, Greg. One day we can figure it out, and you can.
Yeah,
get it
y'all
done.
just enjoy it.
It's not team building if you're not there.
Bumped into some UAB coaches, and they asked about Taylor. For some reason, they still had him at Grayson. I'm like, no, that was a while back. He's at Thompson. They're like, really?
Yeah.
Yeah. And Thompson,
Still
right
got-
now to this point, that's a high school in Alabama. If those of you that don't know, they've scored 168 points. Their opponents 0.
I think you could
160
combine.
160.
The first 3
0.
weeks, they've played well.
I think you could take the top Power 5 conferences and add all of their week 1 totals, and you wouldn't get to what they have in 3 weeks.
Yeah.
Yeah,
It's crazy.
Yeah, the first 3 games.
So, Greg, what day is good for you?
Yeah.
Is a Monday better or is a Wednesday better?
It just depends.
It depends on what. Whether
I
you
can't
fight.
do it
All
on
right, so is this one of
Thursdays.
those deals? I know you're out
Well, I don't
Thursday,
know
which is
what I
perfect
got
because I'm out
going.
on Thursday.
I mean,
Greg, this is you put it on your schedule and you just do it. And then when
but
somebody
something may
says,
pop up.
what is more important
Because
than
I'm
team building
dealing
with
with-
Speedy and
we're-
myself?
We're renovating his house, and
See,
things
that's-
pop
here
up.
we
Hey, I
go.
can be there
Hanging
Monday.
over him.
Hey, I can be there Monday to do this. I can be there. I don't know.
Look,
I
he's
don't
so
know.
obsessed with this
I've noticed.
redo.
I'd like to get it
I'm a
done,
contractor now.
that he won't even go work out for 30 minutes. He
Things
is.
to do.
So you're out.
He's got
I don't know.
he's got to meet subs, man.
I don't know.
He
I
is.
don't know.
Well, you starting a new home
He's a
improvement
suit.
show?
I am,
I
actually.
told him,
Gotta do
really,
something.
y'all flipping this thing. Y'all really need to. I mean, you need to be
Well, who
videoing
knows?
it.
Who knows?
From the comments I hear around here, he doesn't need to be doing it at all, and this will be the last one he does.
Nah, it's been good.
Greg, you just said it's been good.
I mean, it's not that. I mean, anything. That's
I've not heard one
project
thing
is not-
positive.
It's a handle, but it's also fun.
It is.
Is that what you're saying?
It is.
Yeah,
It actually is. Watch it all come
It can be a
together.
little hectic, a little stressful with the schedule and people showing up and bringing the right parts and all that. Right?
Yeah, I'm learning as I go.
So, but this could be the first
Greg,
of many.
if you would like, Gerald Cates and Little Lee Hubbard can go too. If I realize you're not
Well,
wanting to
they'll
get
actually
too
be at
far
the
away
house
from
working.
I don't know.
All right, so we're out.
I ain't got time.
We're
for
out.
this.
We're out. We're out.
I guess
I'm done. I don't
God.
like team building
You can't.
anymore.
You can't go 10 minutes
You
down
know,
the road.
I don't like team building anymore.
You don't. Well, that's a good thing because we don't ever do it.
I know.
So,
Well, everything got shut down. Remember? That kinda
Is
got
this
us
is
out
it
of our
COVID
group.
that's got you worried about?
No, ain't got
team
nothing
building.
to do with it. No, absolutely not.
we do have
Gotta
another.
drive all the way down in town.
Listen, did you hear that?
Drop all.
It's 7 minutes from here.
All right, man,
7.
Get down there in that old.
7 minutes.
Hey, where you park?
Ain't no parking.
I got another request. Can I read this to you?
Sure.
All right. Back to the email. Hey, Speedster. Was thinking about asking you if I could buy golden ticket seats for me and my family, 2 kids and wife, total of 4 on Bubba's pontoon boat
See,
before the summer.
That's exactly.
Before the summer ends.
Makes perfect
Huh?
sense. Makes
So,
perfect sense.
Bubba, we'll have to get with you on that.
Yeah.
You know what we could do? We could charge for somebody to fill Greg's spot.
There you go.
And they could go on the tour with us.
Yeah.
There it is.
Huh?
Yeah.
And you could run to the house. Maybe they can.
No, I would like to go on that tour.
You know
I
what
just
you
gotta
could
figure out
do?
a day I can go.
That's what you need to do about the house. Huh?
What are you talking about?
Have people pay to come hang out with you at the house and just put them to work while
That'd
they're there.
work. That's a good.
Greg,
idea.
you're going to have to
I like
schedule
that.
this like you did your colonoscopy.
Yeah.
Put it on
Yeah.
the schedule and just bear it and go.
Yeah. Speaking of that, I will be out Monday. I've got a colonoscopy.
Yeah.
Is that Monday?
You fired me up about it, so
That's Monday.
That's Monday. If Monday's the 13th, then it is.
Yeah.
Yes.
You'll be fine.
And the place I'm using, they
Did you
sent
see
me,
him light up when you said you had to go
he
do
likes
that?
other people's
Well, we can
misery.
talk about it.
Yeah. But you fired everybody up. You got yours done, and you're 54? 5 now.
Double
I'm
nickel.
52, and so I got to get dialed in. I got to get focused. It's not fun, but everybody that has done it said, "Hey, really, to be honest with you, it's not that big a deal.
It's not.
It's just the prep. Just is."
And Greg got
you
his
know.
results back, and they were good.
Yes.
And he's free and clear for 5 years. 5 years.
Attaboy. Well
So-
done. Let me give you this right here.
So you'll have it a 60 when you do it again.
How about that?
Yeah.
about
Well, you'll
that?
be 60. Greg, look at me. 60. I wonder how many houses you'll flip by then.
Will we be
bunch.
team building by then?
Bunch.
Will we have taken a tour of the UAB
No.
facility
We'll
by the
be
time?
so out of here. We won't even.
You got us out of here.
Oh, we won't even. We'll all be selling insurance or something.
Well, no, you'll be flipping houses. What's the name of y'all's business?
Flip City.
Little
I made that up. I have not, there's no.
Little
business.
Lee.
There
and-
is no
Is
business.
it Little Lee and G?
No, Lee ain't got nothing to do with this.
Little
particular
Lee and
project.
G is a really good
Uh-huh.
name. That gets Greg and Gerald.
Yeah.
There you go.
Little Lee and G.
Yeah. But the place I'm using, the place you use, they just gave
Here we
you
go.
some instructions to go
he's
run it by
complicated.
I
This thing.
I'm not complicating anything. I'm
Yeah.
telling you what's happening.
Why you
That's
just-
not me
why'd you make it
complicating it.
complicated.
I'm not complicating. I don't do this for a living.
Your
I'm just
instructions-
going,
Thank
I'm going
God.
off instructions.
Your instructions were
My
clearly
instructions were
different.
a little simpler.
Yeah,
Yes, that's
they were
what I'm
clearly
saying.
different than Greg.
Yes,
but
that's
what-
not me complicating. It's
Mine
the place
worked.
complicating.
So
I know. That's why I told Tara I was a little
you could
jealous.
just done mine.
No high pitch.
I mean, it would have worked. How they gonna know whether you use their little deal or the other little deal
I don't know.
to clean yourself out? They don't know.
Hmm.
Clean's clean.
So did you say, you know how I am? I'm just asking this question.
There you go.
So I got a call, from the place, and
Yeah.
hey, we got you scheduled,
Mhm.
and I'm like, yeah, here I am.
Here I am.
And they're like, okay, this is when
Shiny butt.
this is when you need to report, and and all that. And I'm like, okay, that's good.
Is it you
And
get one early?
it's like, I wish it was earlier. But it's like 9:30.
Oh, I was like 6:45.
See,
Got it done.
everything you did was better.
or 6, maybe it's 6.
I've seen
I think
that.
what they moved it from 6:45 to 6.
So anyway, so I get a call from them, and then she's like, "You'll get a call from the folks that are going to be going through the steps and all that you got to do." Well, so then I get a number, and you know how everything now is telemarketers, and you see this weird number, and sometimes you don't answer,
I
sometimes
know.
you do,
I
and
know.
when you answer, it's a gamble. You're like, "Hello," and you never know who it is. So if you say, I heard Mr. Wilburn, I'm like, okay, this is good. Hi, this is so-and-so, for your scheduled colonoscopy next Monday, the 13th. Yeah. Well, we're going to be sending you in the mail every, the prep that you've got to be doing. But your insurance only covers this much, so it'd be $52.
Yeah.
And I said, okay, that's fine. Here, let's pay it. And so it came in the mail, I guess, day before yesterday. And it's this box and it's all this stuff. But you said you just went and got something.
Exactly.
They just told you to go get something?
Yeah, they gave me like a grocery list.
Do you want me to tell you what's going on here? Your company or your doctor has probably some kind of contract with specific products at a specific place.
Yeah.
And they get a kickback.
And they get a percentage back. And his did not. And so that's the difference.
I just got a shopping list.
It's going to do the same thing. His is just
But when I was looking at like the days, it would have me tomorrow being Thursday. It would have me start pulling back a little bit on what I'm eating. Not as far as you got to start starving yourself, but it's like on what you eat. Be selective. Start pulling back a little bit.
And they may have something to do with the products too, because some products react in different times than other products.
That was simple. The day before you had to be on clear liquids and all that. The day before you had to be on clear liquids, and then you start your.
When did you stop
deal.
eating? No, you had yours Monday morning. Did you stop eating Saturday
night?
Was your last meal?
About 7:00.
And then so Sunday you just drank and that stuff.
That's
and
it.
Stayed in the bathroom all day.
And had you could have some chicken broth or something like that if you wanted it. Coffee.
So that's Monday.
You can't have anything like
Monday.
red though.
Can't what?
Like colored, like red Gatorade or something. You can't have that color.
What kind of Gatorade do you get or Powerade?
I had the original lemon lime.
Okay, so you could go with that.
Yeah.
All right.
I'm just going
4 ounces of it.
I'm just going to email the stalker dude and see if he'll go look at the stadium with me.
I'm in, but he's not. Apparently, he has. Do you have an agent we could talk to?
Yeah, go ahead.
Rick and Bubba.
It is 8 minutes until top of the hour. It is the Rick and Bubba Show. We thank you so much for tuning in. This portion of the show is brought to you by buyraycon.com/Bubba. And Helmsy, I can speak to you about this because every time you're Marco Polo and or whatever, you've got your Raycons in.
Love them.
You love them?
I wear them, honestly, and y'all going to make fun of this. I probably wear my Raycons, I don't know, 4 to 6 hours a day.
Oh, I thought you were going to say
because I am constantly, like, at the house doing things,
right.
They're in. Whether I'm on the phone, whether I'm listening to a podcast, jamming to some music.
Right.
Because I'll jam to some music if you don't watch it.
And they come with the gel tip so they can fit your ear, right?
Oh, yeah.
With
And I went
comfort.
through all that, the sizes, because at first I was like, man, these don't fit right. And then I thought, well, Helms, they give you like 3 or 4 options, buddy.
Yeah.
Just change them out and find one that works for you. And guess what, Speedy? I did.
Boom.
And they're awesome. And I'm going to tell you that what I don't give enough to is the phone conversations, the microphone part. As actually talking with them on. Awesome.
Yeah.
Awesome. I did an interview one time using them. The guy said, hey, it sounds crystal clear. No need to change that, sir.
And they come with 32-hour battery life, so you can listen like Helmsy does for a really long time. And they right now, you'll also actually have a 45-day happiness guarantee too, so that's cool. And we're going to let you save 15% right now at buyraycon.com/Bubba. It's the premium audio brands that sound so good at half the price of those big, name brands that you're like, wow, those are expensive. Well, buyraycon.com/Bubba, you're going to get 15% off and at about half the price some of those wireless earbuds. So check them out. Premium wireless earbuds from buyraycon.com/Bubba. 15% off your order for the premium wireless earbuds. Buy them for yourself, your kids, your grandparents, whoever spends time listening to music or talk radio or podcast, whatever. 15% off. It's a great deal at buyraycon.com/Bubba. You can also go to rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button.
The ones I have, the everyday earbuds, they come in 5 different colors.
Yeah.
And I went with white.
Sure you did.
They have
I've
blue.
seen 'em
They have
in
blue
years.
for you, Speedy, and they have pink for Greg.
No, I
Yeah.
It's actually called a rose gold. Is the color, or red. You got your flare red, which could be red rump
What
for
about
you.
flash colored? So
Yeah.
they don't look like you got something weird in your ear.
They don't have that, like a peach color.
Kind of like when them monitors that singers wear.
Well, they do have black and white.
Yeah.
Got a text.
Okay, go ahead.
Got a text in the break. Great. As we're trying to figure out our scheduling of team building.
Yeah.
All we're wanting to go do is look at UAB's new football stadium. Get a tour
well,
of
I
that.
do want to do that.
I definitely,
And
if it's not going to be fun,
I'd
I
like
don't
to go
want
to the
do it.
opening game against Liberty.
And
Well, come on, you can come with me.
That's right, you're working it.
One of the things that we've had trouble doing is getting Greg to commit and say, I don't
know.
have anything on this day, and so we can go here.
Yeah.
And so we're both out on Thursday. Well, I got a text message from his wife during the break.
She don't know about my
Oh, hey,
schedule.
Lisa.
Monday is good for Happy Greg.
Okay.
Where is she getting that?
Well, good deal.
She don't know.
Look,
Monday
she's
is good
she's the superintendent over
for
your
Happy
little
Greg.
deal.
I would like to go. I was just saying.
Sounds
I
like it.
might, if something comes up at the last minute, I had to go, well, guys.
Well, buddy, we've all got that.
I go with a Monday or a Tuesday.
And the whole reason is because of what you're doing at the house and the scheduling with that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So let's do
and
this.
if I'm in the mood, what if I'm tired of y'all that day? What if I've had too much?
Right. That's a good point.
That's
Greg.
highly
You
likely.
thought about that?
All right, so that's such a great point.
I mean,
Greg,
Maybe the best point we've made all
I hadn't
morning.
thought about
there's
that.
a lot of things at play here.
Right.
Like I was caught off guard. You called me yesterday.
I know.
I thought,
needed
well,
to-
he hadn't had enough of me
Yeah.
today.
It
Yeah.
could be Greg's rump on his shoulders day. You know?
All right,
Who
never know.
knows?
So let's do this, okay? All right,
never
listen.
know.
I know you're out this Monday because you've got to have a colonoscopy.
Yeah.
I do.
Hey, you
Okay.
can go after it.
So
I felt fine when I got home.
I got my hand in my pocket.
Look, I stopped and got me something to eat immediately.
Okay, I'm a bad A.
what?
Just because you're too blocked on your instructions,
I
you
actually
don't know what to do.
Have y'all ever had instruction? You kind of look at it, but you don't really focus in.
I know you
Well,
can't.
now it's time for me to focus in.
I
trying
will
so
say
hard to
this:
schedule this.
that's a lot more complicated than what I went through.
I know. Isn't it?
But you know what? The result was the same.
Right.
A clear colon.
Thank you.
All right.
I
Speedy.
got one question for you. I got on instruction number 5 here. I want to ask
Oh
you about.
boy.
September the 20th. Put it down.
Huh?
September the 20th.
20th. Wow, that's out.
Well, he can't go this way. It's not that far, Greg. He can't go this week.
A week from Monday.
Yeah.
Good.
That's far.
My God, is it Christmas?
That's far.
To me.
I'll be on the Christmas break, y'all.
That's supposed to be me.
Let's hope.
You like that?
Let's hope that on September the 20th, Greg doesn't have anything come up, or he's not done with us for that day.
Yeah.
Right.
If y'all get on my nerves that day, I'm canceling.
Well, you know what? Hey, we don't want to do it. We can't do it on Thursday. We know, Greg. And we can't do it on a Wednesday or a Friday because, see, midweek on, you're probably tired of us by then. But on Monday, it's fresh.
Monday is free. Right. That's a good point.
So
I think you ought to get on out of the colonoscopy and let's go on this next Monday. Right after we'll come by and pick you up when you're done. We'll eat on the way.
Let's do it. It says here.
You'll be a little groggy.
So start 3 days out, a low residue diet. That avoid meats, whole grain, seeds, nuts, popcorn.
See, I didn't even have all them instructions.
Raw vegetables, vegetable skins, fruits with seeds or skins, broccoli, cabbage, lettuce, corn, beans, or peas.
See, I didn't have any.
3 days out.
I didn't have 3 days out. Are you serious?
Start weaning yourself off all that.
I didn't
abstain from chewing gum, mints, or tobacco products.
Gum and mints.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I'll tear a mint up. I usually keep me a little thing. I guarantee you, I had a mint on the way.
Huh?
I probably had a mint on the way to the procedure.
Yeah.
Seriously.
Hey, right here. Don't do what Greg did. All right, I see that now. If you take a blood thinner for any reason. Okay, I don't have what I done.
All right, seriously.
So I'm dialing in on the instructions now.
1 week after that is completed, we're going to do this tour.
So who is this person giving us the tour?
I'll have a clean colon when I got to do it. That's going to be cool.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
the gravy, please.
Rick and Bubba.
Ooh, it brings me to my knees.
Rick and Bubba.
I can't start another.
Rick and Bubba.
It's 6 minutes past the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show, 866. We Be Big is our number. How about you? Welcome to the show. We start this hour with the national anthem. It is 8.5 minutes past the hour. That was for the veterans out there. Dropped in a little goodie for you. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Helmsy, Eddie Van Adler, Team Rick and Bubba all here, ready to go as we unpack another day. Will of Meat is in play. Country song, or it ain't, could happen. That we're rolling. Could happen on any time on that one. Be paying attention for that as the days go by. We'll unpack the stories that are here today. I must warn you, they won't make you feel much better about the state of our world. But we'll drop in a little fun with that as well. There he is.
Yeah.
There he is. There's those silver-tongued one. The man with a golden voice. Professional lunch eaters, man of the year. The inventor of pizza in a cup. Shakespeare's worst nightmare. And the master of the King's English. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Bill Bubba Bussey! Howdy, Bubba!
How about it, Rick Burgess? Friends, neighbors, associates, welcome to the Rick and Bubba Experience.
Hey! My people, Sunday morning. Yeah. Buddy, throw flowers. All right.
I like it.
I do too, man. That's a great song. It is a great.
That's a little kicker
and a
there.
lot needs to be said to the church right there. I mean, who in the world? My goodness. Where's your boldness? Think about Acts chapter 4, was it? They got themselves in a lot of trouble. They knew the persecution was coming, and you know what they went back and prayed for? It wasn't for the persecution not to come. Oh, don't let this happen to us, God. They went back and they prayed for boldness. Hey, don't let us embarrass you. When they persecute us, we don't want to embarrass you, so give us the boldness that only you can give us, because we scared. So we won't be scared in you, though. Give us the boldness. Oh, Holy Spirit changed them, didn't it? They weren't quite as scared as they were before that, were they?
Yeah, it's a different deal.
It's a game changer. Of course, that's where we are on the other side of the church age. But still, we'll compare ourselves to before the Holy Spirit to make the standard lower, and everything in our life, we would never do that except spiritually. It's amazing. But anyway, so let's get the glasses out of the way. Let's just unpack that.
Yeah.
My glasses came in yesterday.
Got a high shine on them there. I see.
And I went to get them. I put them on. It really is meaningless what anyone will say now because Sherry thinks they're awesome.
Okay.
So once that's
Give me that color on it. What do you call that color? Because it looks like a frame inside a frame.
It is, and I was my son last
Frame in a
night.
frame.
The 20-year-old told me that they were very hip.
Okay.
I asked, were they too hip? Sherry said no. That this is the problem. You're giving up too quick, and I said, well, I don't want to look silly, like I'm too old to be,
Right.
Like when you see somebody dressed too young, you don't need to give up. You still need to look nice, and like our mother, I think she dresses she'll be 80 in November, but she still dresses, she doesn't look like a mama sitting over in a chair in the corner,
I like classy. Is a good word for me.
but she also doesn't look like she's trying to be,
Yeah.
classy. Still making a good presentation.
absolutely.
Still dressing cute.
right.
Yeah.
And so over on the women's side, you can see women dress too young for their age, but then you'll see women that sometimes dress too old for their age.
Yeah.
I'm trying to land there on the glasses. I just need to see.
Right.
That's really my biggest concern, and that's what Sherry says. It looks like you just need to see, and you're not putting any effort into it. And so here they are. And Bubba, I don't know what these are. Sherry literally picked them out, put them on my face.
Well, what color do you call it?
I think that's a steel blue.
Steel blue.
Okay.
It's kind
Inside,
of somewhere between blue and purple there, but not bright.
Yeah, not really purple, but more of a.
Well, I'm colorblind.
Yeah,
It's
I know.
purple to me.
Yeah, I understand. It is. They're clear, and then inside is the metal frame.
Right.
So it's got this really hard plastic, and inside is a metal frame. It's like it's got. They're
It's
very
a frame
sturdy.
inside a frame.
Yeah, they're very sturdy.
I have to ask, did you strategically wear a blue shirt today to kind of
Yeah,
match?
I was
To
wondering.
set it off
Yeah.
a little bit.
I was wondering it.
I mean,
I
do y'all really think? I mean, I understand.
feel like I know the
So you
answer.
got to
but
wear
I-
blue shirts from now on.
Right.
No, I never thought about that
Okay,
for a minute.
Is this going to be the thing
This
where
is the
it kind of
shirt.
changes?
I kind of like them.
Kind of changes.
What?
I kind of like them.
This
Yeah.
is just some sort of setup.
Yeah. No, I mean they do look. I mean, I hate.
I
to
mean,
say-
you're
I'm
like
not gonna
lead
say
singer
it.
of the Buggles.
And there it is.
Video
Who,
killed
Greg?
the radio star.
Let's get it all out.
The Buggles?
Wasn't it the Buggles? What were they called?
Bugaloos.
Bugaloos.
No,
Something.
no, the Bugaloos.
Bugaloos was a Sid and Marty Krofft.
It was, sure was.
Wasn't the video killed the radio star?
Yeah, just go ahead, get it all out. Get it all out. Let's.
All right,
In
what-
my mind.
Greg, I don't look like that
I
guy.
know, they're colored.
Yeah.
Is this going to? Are they going to change with whatever color shirt you're wearing?
No,
Will they look green one day?
Go ahead, everybody get it out.
No, I'm just wondering.
No.
What
there's-
if they change colors with your shirt? Now,
What if
that
there was
would
a
be
button
fancy.
that you just pushed that changed to whatever your
yeah.
wardrobe?
that would be
That'd
awesome.
be-
Wouldn't
Yeah.
it just reflect it naturally?
Yeah,
I mean,
that'd
you
be
wouldn't even
cool,
have to
too.
worry with it.
Yeah.
Is your
They're
backup?
deceiving because you
There's
look
the
and
guy.
they have almost the horn rim look. There it is. Yeah, the Buggles.
I don't look like him.
I don't know why.
Right.
But they got the horn rim, but it's clear. You know what I'm saying? So it's not as goofy.
Yeah. Right. Thank
And
you.
then it's
talking
got
about
the inside frames. Yeah, look, there he is. Now he's getting close.
Yeah, can I tell you something? You're actually missing a line right now that if I were you, I'd use. But I'm not going to give it to you.
Okay.
Because it's too good.
Is it the Elton John line?
No, no. That's too obvious. This one's got that thing where you'd have to think a minute and then it'd slay you.
Yeah.
You know,
So when have you ordered your backup pair?
that happened yesterday.
Okay, I was about to say that's smart.
Yeah, when I was in there, I said, go ahead and get me another pair, Roland.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah, because I'll break these, lose these, step
Yeah.
on these, fall asleep and make them crooked.
Did you go steel
yeah.
blue with those as well?
No, I went a different color that time. Bright yellow. No, I'm just kidding.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
I've come to the conclusion now, 21 minutes past the hour, that this may need to be our new Biden theme. Things that make you just go, I think it may be more accurate than this. I mean, it's.
Where did he go? He's hiding in the basement. Does anybody know? Basement Joe.
Well, I think this is going to be maybe just President Biden sound clips of the day. It's wow. Of course, this is the right out of the old playbook. We know how we love the left. They're obsessed with climate change. I'm just obsessed with it. Of course, they don't make any adjustments in their own personal life. Makes it hard for us to buy in. But still, we've made that point. Don't want to kick that. That dead eagle that was killed by a windmill. But so let's jump in. Bubba, this one had a lot of people talking yesterday, and that is when President Biden makes a passing comment about tornadoes.
Oh boy!
And, he wants us to know that all this, anytime there's weather, it's man-made. We
haven't had hurricanes and tornadoes.
No, we've never had these swings in our climate ever before. only during the industrial age. Of course, if you look at weather history, you'll find that's actually not true. But we don't want to get involved in that today because that might mess up a narrative. So listen to what Biden says right here, and it's these things that make us go, Here we go.
Looks like a tornado. They don't call them that anymore. That hit the crops and wetlands in the middle of the country and Iowa and Nevada, and I mean it's just across the board. And as I said, we're in this together.
Listen to this again. We don't call them tornadoes
When
anymore.
did they change?
What are we now calling them? Bubba, this is kind of your area. Is there a new thing we're calling tornadoes now?
Looks like a tornado. They don't call them that anymore.
All right, so
It looks like one.
What's the new name for a tornado? Huh?
Let's see. I think it would
I'm
be
just trying. I'm trying to give benefit of the doubt. What could he possibly? He's clearly confused here.
Mm-hmm.
Did he mean to say twister? We don't call them twisters anymore. Did he mean to say cyclone? Was this some sort of cyclone thing?
Well, that
because
wouldn't be.
I know. I'm just.
know.
Greg, I'm looking for anything.
We have a story on it, and it just looks like he missed. Nobody can make any sense of it, Rick. It doesn't say this is what he meant.
All right, so
you see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
To your point, where you're trying to reason.
just trying to help.
I know. I'm sorry.
Yeah, it sounds like to me it was a man who, again, back to cognitive deterioration, that he just said something that made no sense. Okay, that his mind wandered for a minute. I don't think he really meant to say that or had a point to make. There's no one who said, no, I can tell you exactly what he means by that.
See, like we've always we've had this discussion before. Cyclones and hurricanes are the same. It's just where they occur.
Right. Correct.
Is he trying? I'm just trying to help.
Did he get confused on that and thought we changed it?
Did he hit tornado and think to himself, I think we're calling those something else now? I don't.
If we are, I missed it.
They do not call a tornado by any other name in Iowa.
That's
and
what I'm
Nevada.
asking. That's what I'm asking.
There you go, Bubba.
That's where I'm trying to go. Can you check in with Weather Brains and see if they know something? I just.
Well, I keep trying to find something here that will make sense.
Yeah.
Of this.
All right, so let's
sorry, guys.
I think we're going to have to mark that up to our president rambled out something that made no sense.
Presidente out to lunch.
All right, next, Bubba, he wants you to know, though, we're at Code Red for climate change. This is we get a lot of Code Reds.
Code Red for a lot of stuff.
Yeah, here we go.
You got to build better so if the storm occurred again, there would be no damage. There would be. But that's not going to stop us, though, because if we just do that, it's just going to get worse and worse and worse because the storms are going to get worse and worse and worse. And so, folks, we got to listen to the scientists and the economists and the national security experts. They all tell us this is Code Red. The nation and the world are in peril. That's not hyperbole. That is a fact.
Jack?
They've been warning us the extreme weather would get more extreme over the decade, and we're living in real time now. Or we can look around the wreckage and the ruins and the heartbreak from so many communities to feel it. Just don't understand. You can feel it. You can taste it. You can see it.
Taste it. Taste it?
Is he referring to this new phenomenon called a hurricane that suddenly burst on the scene in the past few years?
Are we tasting bad weather now?
You can taste it, buddy.
Greg, can I ask you a question since you worked a lot of hurricanes? By the way, one of the big, I couldn't believe a guy the other day, a friend of mine was trying to talk to me because he was looking for a power box and he thought you could help. But anyway, then I told him you would handle that and sit with him at a Jack Steak game.
There you go.
All right, so let me go back to this. So is it true that the hurricanes that just hit, we've had hurricanes throughout weather history that were more severe than it?
Oh, yeah.
I saw one, and the biggest one I ever saw was 1992, and it was a 5. Hurricane Andrew.
Yeah.
So that was a big one.
So really,
Galveston, Texas was a 5, wasn't it, in 1903, 1910, something
you could taste that one.
Don't forget about Hurricane Camille.
That
Camille
one you
was
still
awful.
taste it.
And look, we've had them.
Yeah, now Ida was a big
years.
one and set some records in Louisiana
Now,
for sure.
I will say this,
but I mean,
No, and that was it was a very strong for that area, probably the strongest ever hit it. I'm not saying that, but we have had. I remember the summer before. Everybody talks about Katrina that year. The year before that, we had. I mean, as far as number of hurricanes, it was off the chart.
Do they call them hurricanes still today?
I don't know.
In this part of the world,
we don't call them that anymore.
oh, what am I thinking?
They're on the
They
other
don't
side
call
of the
them
world.
anymore.
Hurricanes are called cyclones.
So,
but there's no.
Or not.
We don't
is
have
there another word too.
No,
they
we
use?
don't have a when it comes to tornadoes.
Typhoon is a hurricane
Let me look up typhoon.
in the east, right? Far east.
I don't know.
Yes.
Oh, wait a minute. Here we go.
right.
Tornado versus cyclone.
I think they call cyclones. They call tornadoes cyclones and hurricanes typhoons.
A
I think that's
cyclone
right.
is a low pressure zone surrounded by high pressure.
Okay.
That cleared it up.
Thank you, Corn Pop.
You jump on off in Wikipedia real quick.
Cyclone and tornado. I don't know.
Yeah. Well, we're trying to help the president out. I mean, but we're at code red again. We've been hearing this thing that we're at code red on
Rick,
on climate
here's
change.
the thing. Okay, let's for a minute assume that they are correct. Okay, let's just assume that we're going to warm the planet up a degree or two over the next 50 years. Let's just say the U.S. just goes nuts and gets rid of everything that is causing pollution. We get everything is battery powered. We just cut down this, we cut down that. We're not going to have cars out there. We're going to cut the airplanes in half. We're going to do it. I mean, we totally transform everything we're doing at a big cost, by the way.
Yes.
You think we're in debt now. Just wait till they get done with that. It will not matter. It will not matter on the global scale as long as China, India, all these other countries are still pumping out pollutants. It's not even going to phase it.
No.
So the president, it's a great speech to the homers that buy that crap, but it's not going to matter. It's not going to matter.
Yeah.
It's just another way to control people. Now look, no one is for pollution. Okay. No one wants dirty air, dirty water. But this is all it's just a con game like you're on the streets of New York. Guess where the queen is, man? Come on.
Bottom of the hour.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
35 minutes now past the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show, 866-WE-BE-BIG is our number. Well, now more than ever, you start thinking about security and protecting your property, and nobody does it better than simplysafebubba.com. Let me tell you, they've got something that is they just launched. It's their new wireless outdoor security camera. Bubba, this is right up your alley right here, buddy.
Gotta have it.
Have you seen this, baby?
Gotta have it.
It's an outdoor security camera engineered with all the advanced tech and security features that you want and need to help keep you, your family, everything that's important safe. Bubba, it's ultra wide. It's got a 140-degree field of view. This outdoor security.
I mean,
camera.
you got that's. I mean, you don't want to miss something, Rick. So that's where that big wide range comes in.
1080. You got HD resolution. You like that?
Gotta have it.
You can zoom at 8 times.
See, that's something you don't see with a lot of it. It's having a zoom.
Bubba, I'm not done. Built-in spotlight with color night vision.
I mean, they're serious about
it. Come on. So this means that that you just simply put this into your Simply Safe security system, and now you've extended the protection to the outside. Now this means that every door, every window, every room is protected along with the property. So learn more about the new wireless outdoor security camera by simply going to simplysafebubba.com. And they're celebrating this new camera by offering 20% off your entire new system, plus your first month of monitoring. It will be free when you enroll in the interactive monitoring, which, again, you're not locking into anything long-term or anything like that. That's simplysafebubba.com. There's also a link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button. You definitely want to see that. All right, so on the president talking about, we don't even call him that anymore, they're saying he still is confused, but apparently something triggered in his mind because they have these violent, fast-moving thunderstorm complex that they have. It had a path of 700 miles from Nebraska to Indiana, and they call it DERECHO. And they're thinking that he might, in the back of his mind, thought somebody mentioned that there was some kind of storm that caused all this, called this, and it looked like it might have been.
Derecho.
So those
are straight line winds.
Yeah, so
Derecho.
Yeah, so this is not.
We've had that before.
This is not, though. This is not a new name for a tornado.
No, they're straight line winds, Derecho winds.
Isn't it sad that we're
What
trying
about
to
a
figure out what
gravity
our
wave?
president meant?
Well, I'm just trying to help him.
What about the gravity wave?
And I think somebody
Or
mentioned
the gravity ribbon.
I think somebody mentioned this, like these crop damages came from Derecho's, they say?
Yeah, I think
Derecho?
Yeah,
whatever it is.
I think that's
But anyway, somebody probably mentioned
But
that.
it is straight line winds because we had a huge outage one time in the state of Alabama.
I
That's
remember
all
that.
it was.
I remember
It was
that.
straight line winds.
So he hears that.
And they called them that word.
But where he's confused still is that's not a new name for tornadoes.
No.
That's straight line winds versus a tornado.
Right.
So he's still
He's still got
wrong.
that, yeah.
But and he's still rambling around terribly. But I'm just trying to say
maybe that's it.
That may be what he was going for. That somebody he meant to say it was really these straight line winds that caused this, and he let tornado get out there, and he couldn't get it back.
I don't know.
Look, I'm just trying to help.
I know.
So there's more. Bizarre conversation. He begins to talk to some kid on the balcony in Queens. Now, we're also going to have in a minute, the folks in New Jersey were not thrilled with Biden. They're upset about the handling of Afghanistan.
Did you see some of the signs that was welcoming?
Have you noticed? Have you noticed how quickly though the Biden administration is trying to act like Afghanistan never happened?
Yeah. What are you talking about? Hey, that's 3 days ago.
That's old, man.
That's old news, man.
All right, so here's Biden talking to some kid or a kid on the balcony while he's talking in Queens. So
Yeah, and Schumer tries to help this, which is uncomfortable.
Okay, sorry.
Get this done.
President, look at that nice kid with the American flag. Say hello.
How are you, pal?
What's your name?
Oh my goodness. I'm sorry to be
here.
How old are you?
Oh my God. Sorry, buddy.
Oh, you're getting old.
He said 7.
Is that nice?
By the way, the neat thing about America, every time we end up with a problem, going into a serious circumstance, we come out better than we went in. That's because we're so diverse. That's America.
Yeah.
Be proud of it.
Why is he telling that kid
Thank
that?
you.
Why is he screaming? Wait, everybody.
And don't jump.
Listen.
All right.
Great job.
Thanks.
Thank you so much. God
Thanks.
bless you.
I didn't get to mention all the names.
Huh? You know, why was he telling a 7-year-old kid that speech he gave?
Well,
the kid was like,
Gracious.
Greg, remember what everything's about?
no.
Greg, and you know this.
Don't jump.
It's Greg. Everything about with politicians, especially politicians that have been around as long as this guy. Oh boy! Everything to them is an attempt to try to get some kind of emotional soundbite that they can play to people's emotions with. True. So he's trying to get something about him talking to a kid who looks like he may be Latino. That he's going to talk about diversity and maybe I can make this work and this can be something we put in a political ad. That's the way they think all the time. That's what Schumer was saying. Hey, there's a kid up there. Say something to that kid. Right. And so
don't jump.
But all I could think about is that poor child. Because the look on the child's face is, Mommy, please tell me this isn't our president. I mean, it's like, who is this man shouting at me? I mean, because I think if I was a little kid and I'd been in that situation, and when I left, I said, Mommy, who was that? And they said, that's our president. I wouldn't be able to sleep that night. Mommy, hold me.
Yeah.
And then the people in New Jersey, Bubba, like you're talking about, not a warm welcome for Biden here over the Afghanistan situation, leaving Americans behind. Here we go.
Can you play the audio?
Well, can I, Adler? Can I play the audio from New Jersey?
I don't know if you've seen the montage of stadiums this past weekend that had a little colorful chant go. I've never heard that.
Yeah.
Ruins and leave Americans behind.
Oh.
Yeah, I mean, there's some shouting at.
Leave Americans behind.
You leave Americans.
You leave you behind. You check the head. You guys behind. That's great. Ronald Wiltrick buried in Arlington. 2011, December 11th.
Oh, there they are. Shot.
He lost his life for what?
All right, the bad news for the hecklers is throughout our presidential history, I can assure you in this particular case, in this particular president, you're too far away. He can't hear you.
You know, they're, I don't know if Biden even hears them, like you said, or if he does.
I don't think he's.
If he can make heads or tails of it. But you know who it's probably really concerning is the people who are guarding him.
Oh, yeah.
Because the crowds are getting hostile. I don't know if y'all have noticed
that. Well, there was a time when Americans would get real upset about what we just did. Because that thing was.
And Rick, it's getting out of hand.
Oh,
it's getting nasty out there.
Yeah, it is.
I mean, a whole lot nastier than what we've seen.
Oh yeah, it's not a kind takeover.
No,
it's and the thing that I'm still, and I know this is not popular, and I'll just go only with a lot of people. I'm still very, 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 very confused about the strategy of giving up that air base where it was located. That was a very important strategic location. Yeah. I'm very, very confused by that, and I would say that to Trump, or I'd say that to Biden. Yeah. I'm very confused by that.
I agree.
I think that's bad strategy.
And I'm so tired of the media saying our longest war. I don't understand that terminology because we still have bases, as I've mentioned many times, in Germany and Japan and other places. But that air base was outside of town. It was defensible, and that's where they should have done the airlift from.
Right.
They went into a metro area.
But where that's located in relation to
I know.
Enemies of our country.
Yeah, we need a listening post there for sure. I mean,
I think I could sit down and make a case for you. To your point, there's a reason that we're still in Korea because we don't want North Korea to go rogue.
Right.
There's a reason that we keep a presence in certain places, and there's a reason we're going to keep this air base because strategically for the ongoing war on terror and the our interest with some of our other enemies around the world, this is a good strategic location for us. And apparently, with only a few thousand people, we can actually keep order here.
Yeah. We've proven we can do that with the air superiority.
And I don't want anybody in the government to talk to me about costs because let me tell you, it is hilarious when y'all pick and choose when y'all want to save money.
Yeah. It's real fun.
Yeah. If you had some kind of consistency on that, I might sit down and go, okay, I hear you. But apparently, with our tax dollars, you pick and choose when you think you're wasting them or not. And sometimes I think you see it differently than I do.
Well, Rick, here's the thing.
I'd much rather be putting it in a base than I would be some of the garbage I give it to.
You're talking about South Korea. We do have a potential invader to the North Korea. They've done it before. That's how we got into this to begin with. You see that. But who is going to invade Germany? Who's going to invade Japan? See, we're there just for long-term stability and because it's a good refueling place for us. So I don't know what the big rush to get rid of Afghanistan was really. And like I say, I disagree with Donald Trump. I see wanting to bring everybody home. I got that. But we have military people in Germany. We have military people in Japan.
We have them all over the world.
Yeah, we don't.
We have them all over the world. And
even if you want to do that, like I say, the way we did it was terrible. And maybe we have sophistication that we physically don't need it. I don't know. I'm not privy to that information. But 2,500 troops for someone that has over 1 million people in uniform is not that big a deal.
And when's the last time that we had anybody killed over there once we got it all settled and organized?
Oh, it was like a year and a half. There was a lot more people killed in Chicago the last 2 to 3 years than there were Afghanistan.
Yeah.
Maybe we need a military base in Chicago.
Yeah. Yeah, and the media wants you to forget about all this. I mean, they're covering Joe Rogan taking ivermectin more than Americans being, held behind enemy line by the Taliban. There's stories out right now that we got hostages over there. Nobody's covering it.
Yeah, I don't understand everybody's obsession with ivermectin either. Why everybody has to be against it or for it.
Rick and Bubba.
9 minutes to the top of the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show. Thank you for being with us. Much to do, unpacking another day together. Wednesday Bible study back today. Session 4, our walk verse by verse through the book of 1 Corinthians. O'Reilly Auto Parts upcoming events. We've got a lot going on. And Sunday, Monday, a lot of action. So you can go, ladies, in Birmingham, Alabama, home of 104.7 WZZK. Sherry's speaking at Ladies' Night, First Baptist Church, Leeds, Alabama. That is Sunday night. Also on Sunday night, I'll be going to West Mobile Baptist Church there in Mobile, Alabama. They're kicking off the men's discipleship strategy from the manchurch.com. And I'll be there for their men's service, their first man church, and kicking that off. Excited to be with them. Also, Sunday morning coming up this Sunday, Brian Gunn from Team Man Church will be preaching the Sunday morning service, and then I'll be doing the men's event or the men's service coming up that Sunday night. On Monday, I'll be traveling to Waco, Texas. Legacy Outfitters Fishers of Men banquet. Excited about the men that are coming out to that. Going to have a big crowd, and looking forward to speaking to them in Waco, Texas on Monday night. And then on the 16th, Fairhope, First Baptist Church, Fairhope, Alabama. You know how the women love to go to Fairhope and they'll go downtown. Sherry's like, well, now when are you going? Can I said, well, you can go with me, but it's going to be on a weeknight. But so Fairhope, Alabama, First Baptist Church there. Man Church coming up on the 16th of September. Helmsy will speak at a man church at First Baptist Church in Opelika, Alabama on the 23rd. And that same day, I'll be in Birmingham at Man Church, kicking off the men's discipleship strategy at Lakeside Baptist Church in Birmingham, Alabama. And then on the 26th, I'll be at Chipley, Florida, to speak to the men there. So all that can be found. Think O'Reilly Auto Parts for all your car care needs. Get guaranteed low prices and excellent customer service at O'Reilly Auto Parts. Better parts, better prices every day. And all that's at rickandbubba.com. under upcoming events. Now,
and Rick, I love to just say Chipley, Florida. I
yeah,
like that. That's another one of those cities that's fun to say, Chipley.
Yeah, I
Chipley.
mean, it's almost like they themselves should have their own chips.
Yeah, I know.
Made in Chipley. So we've got a lot of other stuff going on you can find on upcoming events. I was very excited to see that the Rick and Bubba Super Summer Slam is now going to be in the fall.
Yes. It's now the very late in the summer Super Summer Slam.
Yeah. October's really late summer.
Yes, it is. Yeah, very late.
But it's good that it's back with all the shutdown.
Yeah, well, we took a year off, and it looked like we were going to take this year off, and the tennis folks wanted to do it, so we're glad to work with them to try to have that again. It's been a really remarkable tournament for tennis players in the Southeast, and we always have a lot of people come from many states, so we hope they'll be able to make it this year.
Yeah, and you can find those details at rickandbubba.com too. Just look under October and you'll see it there. All right, so this is sad if you're someone that's very familiar with ESPN's Todd McShay. He's going to be stepping away from his role, needing to focus on his health, sadly. And that no one seems to really know what the situation is. But unfortunately, based on the videos that we have here that people are showing, he's certainly beginning to struggle with something. And so here he is on ESPN on one of the videos. Everybody's showing where it looks like he's struggling. So here we go.
Neil Ekior and Evan Neal, and you've been really impressed by Evan Neal.
Yeah, everyone loves talking offensive lineman, right? The sexy position, but Evan Neal, if you watch him in the box jump that he does, I would have probably broken my whole body. I have no idea how he does it. At 350 pounds, he's able to make that.
I saw that when he did it. I don't know. Maybe there's a lot of noise. There's obviously a band playing.
Well, he is stepping away to focus on.
It's his appearance. He looks like. I mean, I've heard from of a wide variety of what people think it might be, but I don't know. It's obviously something going on.
That is not the Todd McShay we're used to seeing.
No, not at all.
For sure.
Yeah, and I don't see him enough to really tell the difference, but I could tell that he was trying to grab for words, and some people say I don't know him by sight.
Yeah.
So some people are saying he looks bloated.
He does.
Maybe he's on
cheeks.
Maybe he's on some kind of medication or something. But here he is also last year, Wisconsin Northwestern. So they're saying that this is also some.
Yeah, I mean, if you look at offensively, what they've always done, Paul Chris understands like the pre-snap motions and everything that you want to do. But when you have a quarterback like Mertz, it's different. The ability to throw the ball down the field and be decisive. That's what I love about his game. The ability to get the ball out quickly, accurately, and I would argue that he's the most talented.
Yeah, it's
tough.
it is interesting that that based on the things we see now that he's stepping away to address his health because he feels himself slipping, but we can't get Lee Corso to stay in retirement. It's
right.
Todd McShay's working on it. Lee Corso's still there. It is. I'm going to bring this up again, and Bubba brought it up yesterday,
I remember the big send-off because he gave pencils to everybody.
He was on stage, right?
Yeah, did we not do?
Are we confusing a retirement with like a 20 or 30 year celebration?
I hope so.
I mean, because that's the only thing I can think it would
like
be.
He was leaving. I remember everybody was all tore up.
Guys, I bet you if somebody Googled right now Lee Corso's retirement, it would pull up when he. It was about 4 or 5 seasons ago. That I'm almost sure.
Yeah, it seemed like everybody was real somber about it.
I had Herb Street kind of tearing up, saying we're going to miss you.
Yes, I remember.
I thought
that
maybe I'm wrong.
You might have added that.
I think I did. I think I did add it.
But here's the thing that gets me about that is every year that Lee Corso comes back, I feel so bad for Kirk Herbstreit because he clearly is his sponsor, and everybody, because there's some people saying, I get the sense that the others are saying, look, I'm sorry, Kirk, this is you're the Corso handler. I'm sorry.
Yeah,
the rest of us don't have the energy for that, and you've taken him on like a father figure, so you're going to have to. And he does take care of him. He does. And but you really shouldn't have a pregame show where someone has to be taken care of, should you? I mean, it's. I mean, there comes a time, guys. There's.
I've loved him on the show for years, but it's obvious he's not. You know,
it's maybe the Todd McShay will be a wake up for Lee. Hey, maybe I should go.
But Todd's not as old as he is.
No.
He's got some kind of physical ailment.
Yeah, they think. I mean, I shouldn't speculate. I think people are speculating based on some of the things they're seeing that it could be down that ALS road or Parkinson's or something like that.
I think when Lee Corso. When Lee Corso started putting the mascot head on backwards, that was a sign. When he puts the head on.
Yeah, I think that was funny.
Yeah. If only he'd done it on purpose.
That's what I'm saying.
I can't find anything where he retired.
Okay, so
but that doesn't mean he didn't. I just can't find it.
I think it was something. He had a health problem. So now I got him another health problem.
But did we all not think he was leaving?
Yes,
I remember they had this official, like, hey.
And then they took it back.
And then last year, pandemic, they kept him at home by his pool, and he would report from there.
Rick and Bubba.
6 minutes past the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show, 866. We Be Big is our number. We will start this hour with phone calls from you, the greatest, most powerful, most influential listening audience in the world. And you just dial us now at 866 We Be Big, and your phone calls will start this hour. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Helmsy, and Eddie Van Adler all here this hour. Will of Meat is back in play. That could happen anytime today, if not tomorrow, and if not then Friday for sure. And welcome back for a brand new hour, ladies and gentlemen, Bill Bubba Bussey.
Rick, glad to be here, privileged, and we appreciate the opportunity each and every day.
To the phones we go, and there is a line available for you right now since we are 10 lines strong here at the Old Plaza. Let's go to Daryl in Illinois. Daryl, welcome to the Rick and Bubba Show. How are you today, sir?
I'm doing all right, thank you. Except I'm not sure what this says about me, but I think I understand what Joe Biden was saying about the tornado.
Oh, boy.
Yeah, well, help us out, because us and a lot of America is confused.
Well, we had one in southern Illinois about 10 years ago. It's called a derecho. Unless you're from the Boot Hill of Missouri, it's a derecho. Otherwise, it's a derecho. It's like a straight line wind hurricane, except it does have a turn to it. Much larger than a tornado, but certainly destructive like one.
Yeah, you must not have been listening. We actually covered that, but again, it doesn't really. I agree with you. Maybe that's what he meant, but that's two different things. It's not another word for a tornado.
Well, I'm just glad. I'm glad that I didn't understand what Joe Biden said, because that means that my mind is not feeling like his.
Yeah, right. See, so yeah, that and Greg talked about that. Former power line guy, so he was familiar with this phenomenon of straight line winds, but. The only problem is that's not another name for a tornado. It's a name for what that is. And so, we don't even call them that anymore.
Yep.
Now, I still haven't found out anybody that said, the word tornado, it's bad form now. You don't use that word anymore.
Well, all the words are being changed.
Sure.
Liberals love to change words.
Yeah, so good news for you, sir. You actually didn't. It was a good shot to try to help, and I'm with you. That could possibly be what he was trying to ramble around about, but
Nick, we're trying to find something to hang, to make this a little clearer for all of us.
Nikki and Coleman, listen to us on 104.7 WZZK. Nikki, go ahead.
Good morning.
Hey.
First-time caller.
Thanks for the call.
Hi. You're welcome. I just had a comment from your comments earlier about Lee Corso and Todd McShay. And Lee Corso, bless his heart,
yes,
I enjoy seeing him on Saturdays. And the older you get, you got to have something to do with your mind. You don't want to sit at home and be a cobweb. So I don't think there's anything wrong with him getting out and helping on Saturday. And I think it gives Kirk something to look forward to.
So you really believe that Kirk Herbstreit looks forward to that?
I do. I think he gets a kick out of it.
Okay. All right. Well, you know what?
He certainly does look like it.
Yeah.
I'll give her that.
How about this? How about I think that he's doing what we're all supposed to do. He's taking on his work and his responsibilities with joy.
Yeah.
That's it.
He certainly is.
Looking forward to it may be a bit of a stretch, but
there's a lot of teaching moments to get from that.
But to be joyful about it, I'll give you that, and I respect him for doing so.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But I think it makes me the part that, and I didn't see it this season yet, but it just makes me uncomfortable when Lee doesn't.
What you're feeling is secondhand, buddy.
Yeah.
I mean, that's what I feel every day.
It makes me uncomfortable, when the slurred speech and the little bit of confusion there, and that he tries to go back and be who he was when he was younger. And there's certainly, I totally agree with you on keeping the mind active and all that. And there's other ways to do that, than being, when the host on college football game day. But I hear you loud and clear, and I hope when Bubba and I get to this place that these four Kirk Herbstreits will continue to take care of us.
Well, I started to say, Rick, in a lot of ways I feel like we're maybe already there.
We're not there, but you know what? If somebody looked at us, you know what they would say? No, you're going the right way.
Well, I hope everybody
just keep on going.
I hope everybody that's allowing all of this slack in the rope, so to speak, we'll also have that same.
Yes,
option.
give us the same grace and mercy.
That's right.
Like I say, we're not there yet. We are. go down the next red light,
take a left,
and then the next red light, and and the third red light, the fourth red light, and then the fifth one. You're there. Let's go to Brooks in Mississippi. How about it, Brooks? Go ahead.
Good morning, guys. I want to say that Corso a few years ago, his quote-unquote retirement was just from calling games, doing color commentary with Herb Street and the other guy from ESPN. I can't think of his name.
Chris Fowler?
No, it was he's the guy who also does the U.S. Open.
That's Chris Fowler. Yeah, that's Chris Fowler.
You talking about old man Fowler's boy?
Yeah. So I think his retirement was just from doing color commentary.
Yeah, I don't think they did games together. I could be wrong, but he did do games at one point. So your point's probably valid on that front. But they did a 20-year anniversary for him, and everybody got to squalling, and it was a good moment for everybody. And I think everybody mistaken that for a retirement.
I did.
Yeah.
I know. I did too. I thought he was going to the house.
Yeah, and you know me, I don't pay attention anyway, so I missed it a tail in there.
I'm like the lady caller. I've liked him for so long, and now I kind of like the fact that I know he's going to be a handle for everybody.
Well, let me tell you, the audience must like him because he wouldn't be there if they didn't.
Yeah.
So
guys, he's
apparently-
86. He's so high energy, love his heart, and of course, the only thing we get uncomfortable when he starts struggling, and we don't like to see anybody struggle. Except Greg. Greg likes to see it. But we don't like to see that, and that's our problem with it.
Bubba, you mentioned Chip.
Thanks, buddy.
You mentioned Chipley, Florida. And
Chipley.
There's Byron.
What about a Chipley?
Hey, Byron.
Hey, what's going on, guys?
We're fired up and ready.
Hey, there's a neat story. Bama Mike does it. It's a story of Mary Napier. I think y'all get a kick out of it if you pull it up on YouTube. It's about 11 minutes long, but if you fast forward to the cemetery part, it'll tell a neat story about her.
I don't even know what we're talking about.
This goes back to what I've said earlier in the kickoff hour.
What are we talking
I heard
about?
Bama Mike.
Who are all these people?
Is he listening to another show?
I don't even know who Mary Nabler is. Who are we talking about?
Yeah, fill us in.
Byron,
would you
help
please,
us
Byron?
out.
Byron, we're completely lost. Is this how it feels to be the president?
I apologize.
Okay.
Mary Napier is a neat story about Chipley, about a woman that lived in Chipley, Florida.
Okay, so
back to Chipley.
Okay,
got
so
it.
You're saying if you want to learn more about Chipley, I don't know who Bama Mike is, but there's a story about a woman, and it tells the story of Chipley, Florida. Is that it?
I think so. That's what I got.
Well, it's a neat story about a woman in Chipley, Florida.
Okay.
Well, I got all kinds of neat stories about people from Oxford.
Was buried, and then she wasn't really dead and come back to life, and whatever.
Oh wow!
I'll have to look that up.
Now, who's Bama Mike?
I don't know. He goes around and tells stories of different towns.
He's a story. He's a storyteller.
Rick, he hangs out with Tennessee Todd and Florida Frank, which I can't say.
Don't miss Mississippi
That's hard
Matt.
to say.
Well,
Mississippi Matt.
Byron, I love you, buddy, but it had that deal that we do sometimes. He just assumed we all had the backstory. I tell you what y'all need to do. Get Bama like he talks about it.
Maybe should have led with, "Hey, I got some information on Shipley, Florida."
Yeah. Well, it's.
I thought I was really struggling because if y'all would have all gone, "Oh yeah," I was like, "Uh-oh."
Parker in the great state of Alabama. Parker, how you doing?
Holly Roll. Gentlemen.
Yeah.
Hi, Roll.
How y'all doing today?
We're good.
Great.
Fantastic. Hey, correct me if I'm wrong. You guys did a Rick and Bubba University podcast with Mr. Reese Davis. Is that correct?
That's correct.
We did, yeah.
And I know you. I think he kind of got mad at you or something. You mentioned something about Kirk being sort of like Lee's handler. Am I correct on that?
That is correct.
Yeah, there was an uncomfortable moment.
It was uncomfortable.
Yeah.
Yes, I just kind of forgot about the details of that story. I was wondering if you could run that by us because it's kind of relevant to our conversation. Yeah. You're all Holly Roll.
You know what? I here I go.
Thank
again.
you for that.
Yeah. Now it's hard for me to make that shift. Now I'm searching for Bama Mike, but we had talked about that we were going to go down the road of the funny of Kirk having to be Lee Corso's sponsor, and we got corrected.
Couldn't believe you did that, by the way.
We got
Yeah,
corrected.
thanks, buddy.
corrected.
That was Rick.
By Reese
know.
on that.
Yeah.
That Kirk sees him as like a father figure.
Right,
And all that. And,
right.
And so I backed down. I didn't.
You did.
And
You did.
You did that for the audience and got caught up in it.
I was very much like a politician. I tested the wind.
You sure did.
I didn't like the way the wind was blowing, and I backed out. But I didn't double down.
No, you did not.
No.
Right.
Thank goodness.
Yeah.
You shrunk just a little, but
Yeah. I was a little rich for just a minute. Now Reese didn't have to go far enough. He wasn't going to get whipped over.
now don't stop.
Well,
Go ahead and stop.
I mean, it wasn't worth all that with my new glasses on.
He politely said, "Don't go there."
Right. He did, and we didn't.
Right.
And we didn't. We'll be back. Thanks for bringing up that painful memory. More Rick and Bubba coming up right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Well, you found it. That's good. 22 minutes past the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. Thanks for being with us. Bubba, you are 57. I will be 57 next month.
Yep. That's what they tell me.
Did you know that Evander Holyfield is going to return to the ring and fight at 58 years old?
Well, Rick, we've had these boxers come back and fight again.
George
This
Foreman.
is not the first time we've had that.
Yeah, but
now Foreman did okay, I think.
He did, but how old was he? He wasn't 58.
But you remember,
was he?
when Muhammad Ali came back? That was terrible.
Yeah, but
that was
come
terrible.
on, don't mess with the memories.
No.
That was terrible. So I'm worried for Evander because he was such a good boxer in his day that there's a time you got to hang up the sports.
Well, this guy, he's boxing's old too.
He is?
Yeah, he's in his older, and he's not a boxer. He's a MMA guy, so I think Evander will have an advantage there.
Yeah, I don't know. We're getting into Adler's area. Adler, I don't know whether you're available to be able to do a wide shot and help us here. But so one of you said he's taking the place of someone who was supposed to box that now has to step out for COVID.
Correct. Yes.
And Evander is stepping in at 58.
Right. He is stepping in for De La Hoya, who's 48. And because of COVID, he tested positive for COVID recently. And so Holyfield is stepping in last minute to replace him.
It's a big step in.
Yeah, it's a real big step in.
You know what? I think we might have a better shot at seeing something here when you talk about somebody aging, and I'm going to ask Adler this too. I think if he's an MMA guy, I think I'd rather see Herschel Walker come in and fight him.
Mixed martial arts.
I mean, because I think Herschel probably strength-wise and ability has aged as well as any man can.
Well, he's out fighting on the Senate campaign trail.
Right.
So
am I remembering it right? Didn't Herschel compete pretty well as an older guy when he tried that?
Yeah. What did Herschel have, like two or three matches? And won, and he was like, all right, I'm good. I don't think he had like a long run, but he was later in his life and had a successful couple of fights there.
And he's older than Evander Holyfield. I think he's 60, isn't he?
I believe.
Now, when he was fighting, he might have been 58, 57, somewhere in there.
I don't know. I think you might have been a little bit younger than that.
Like early 50s or something, or late 40s?
Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah. But anyways.
Vitor Belfort, who is now fighting Evander Holyfield, is 44. He's a former UFC guy. He's done some other fight organizations as well, and he was a champ at one point too. And the guy's got a crazy pedigree as far as his MMA career. There was a little bit of controversy at one time during Vitor Belfort's MMA career in which he got like a doctor's exemption to take testosterone or TRT, something like that, like hormone replacement therapy. And then he was just starching guys, just annihilating dudes. And people were like, wait a second, we might think there might be, you might be taking a little bit too much of this. And so that was a pretty funny thing. But you guys might have mentioned this. De La Hoya had to drop out because of COVID.
Yeah. He's 40.
I don't know how old De La Hoya is. He did have a recent, during one of these Logan Paul-Jake Paul fights, he jumped on the mic and he did not sound good. It sounded like Todd McShay. I hate to say it like that, but De La Hoya did come out and say, "Yeah, I got into the sauce a little bit that night, and I shouldn't have, and it was embarrassing and bad." And this was pretty recently, so people are like, "Is De La Hoya even in that great a shape to take this fight against Vitor Belfort?"
And is Evander Holyfield prepared to fight at 58?
And so now Evander is stepping in, and who knows what's going to happen. I hope it goes great. Evander Holyfield's one of my childhood heroes.
Yeah.
Like, he's a super solid Christian guy, came from absolutely nothing. So we'll see what happens with this Holyfield fight. But, I mean, Holyfield is a hoss. If he has any kind of chop still, I hope it goes good.
Did you hear who's going to do the play-by-play in color?
Who's that?
Former President Donald Trump and his son Don Jr.
Oh, my goodness. So he's going to show up?
Yeah.
They're doing the ringside.
Oh,
they already announced.
They
You're
are
not serious.
No, yes, I am.
Hey, 100%.
Oh, my goodness.
They're actually doing all four
That's the
fights
headline.
that night.
The whole Trump family have been pretty smart about showing up at these really big events, even just for a quick pop in, say hey, and get the whole arena to cheer for them and stuff like that, and get their face on TV and stuff. So they're not just showing up; they're part of the broadcast team.
Former President Donald Trump and his son Donald Trump Jr. have agreed to provide commentary for the bout ringside.
Wow. I think I have to watch that.
You might be in.
I think I'm in.
Was that the little nugget you needed?
Wow. Okay, we'll see what happens.
And Herschel Walker is 59. Back to him.
Okay.
And he did the MMA 2010 and 2011. He did win both. So it's been 9-10 years, whatever. 10 years, 10 or 11 years, I should say.
But still, he was right at 50.
Yeah, he was right at 50. Okay.
Wow.
Yeah.
But don't forget this now. And I think when we talked about George Foreman, I think he was in his 40s when he came back and boxed. But 58.
Yeah, Foreman came back and won it.
So the guy he's fighting is how old?
44.
Ooh, that's a big difference there.
It
is.
It is. And Vitor is a mean man.
How old are you again?
43.
You're 43, Bubba. You're 57. It's like you guys are going at it.
Yeah. But are they just going to box?
It's just a boxing.
Well, that gives Evander a little bit.
That's
of
what I
hope.
was talking about.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, huge advantage. So
He's not trying.
By the way, I want to get this simply because of Trump's commentating.
Yeah.
They're doing all 4 fights.
Wow.
That are on the card that night.
Yeah, they are.
Who else is on the card?
This says that Jim Lampley will be on the pay-per-view. He'll be doing commentary, and the Trump commentary will be on there too. So I don't know how that.
Maybe they'll sit in with him.
Sounds like Lampley will probably handle the play-by-play or blow-by-blow, and then the Trump and Don Jr. will be the color commentators.
Yeah, you got to have a pro in there to keep things on the rails. I think make sure things don't go off the rails.
All right, so
ringleader.
Adler, help me out here. It says the Trumps will call the entire 4-fight telecast. Does that mean there's 4 fights, or is this 4 separate fights on 4 separate days?
I think that's all on the same card.
Because it says Anderson Silva.
Anderson Silva, yeah, one of the goats of MMA. He's
Tito
fighting,
Ortiz.
He's fighting Tito Ortiz, another goat of MMA.
Settled.
So now they're going to the boxing world.
Getting excited. You see him sitting up.
It was a great outfielder for the Red Sox.
Right.
David Hay and Joe Fournier are also fighting.
Oh, that's Greg's favorite.
These might be boxers. If they might be real boxers, and if they are, I apologize.
I don't know. Well, you got the Trumps on the call.
So you're in.
I am in. In fact, Anderson Silva had he kind of gave a little hope for not only the old guys, but also the guys that enjoy MMA and pretend that the best strikers in the world are in the MMA world, because Anderson Silva did pretty well against I forget who, but a legitimate boxer here recently. But we'll see what happens. Hopefully Holyfield makes it happen.
Wow, 58. Bottom of the hour.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
It is 35 minutes past the hour. She's out of sight. All right, so the job market right now, competitive. We have a lot of our former citizens, our fellow citizens. Sorry, Freudian slip there. Our fellow citizens that have decided they'll take government money and not work, even though they're mentally and physically able to do so. But we do have folks looking for people who want to work. If you are one of those companies and you're like, man, can I find the people that really want to work? You can if you go to LinkedIn.com/Bubba. Now they're gonna get with you and say, give us some screening questions. So you know, because sometimes you see an opportunity, you may be going for it, but you really don't have the basic things that are skill set needed to be considered seriously for the job. So what you do is you fill out some targeted screening questions, and then LinkedIn takes your opportunity and they put it out in front of the world's largest professional network. Over 770 million people, and using the simple tools and filters they provide, you prioritize the top candidates that you like to interview, and you don't waste your time interviewing people that really never had a shot. So you're only interviewing those you would actually like to hire, and now you're looking for the best of the best. You can post your job for free as a member of this audience. So go to LinkedIn.com/Bubba to post your job for free, and there's also a link at rickandbubba.com right there under the sponsors button. So, Bubba, I know you and I and the world of podcasts, we're trying to be all hip to the groove.
Podcast me.
Now, we there's just a podcast here, a podcast there, everywhere a podcast. And you will be, or you've already done the interview, and it is now available. You've been on a podcast.
Yeah, I have. Confessions from the Sidelines with Sarah Cowart. Confessions from the Sidelines.
Well.
How about that?
What's going on here?
What's that?
Little expose.
Sounds like a book. Sounds like a book.
That's a hallmark.
It's not as strange as y'all are trying to make it. But yeah, we recorded this back several weeks ago. I really can't remember everything we talked about. So I may go listen to it too.
Do you remember like what the topics were? Or?
Yeah. Oh yeah. We talked
what
about.
What confession are you making?
We talked about athletics and high school, college, and Sarah is. I'm choking.
Are you okay, buddy?
It,
Is it that snack? Is it a snack?
Yeah. Too much fiber in there.
Yeah.
Rick, you want to know the title of it? Fiber. Let me give you the title of
it. Yes.
Everyone faces adversity.
Wow. So that's the title of yours right there. There it is right there.
Look at you.
Yeah.
Well, we talked about working through things, and I think there's.
You talk about something we don't put anybody in that position anymore.
Well, a giant need for that nowadays.
Yes.
But Sarah has listened to the show for a long time, and Rick, you may remember she even won our Rick and Bubba challenge at one of the sporting events we had. So,
okay.
So she's been around for a while, and she's doing this podcast now. She does a great job with it. And I was honored to ask to be on it. So thank you, Sarah, and I hope that goes well. It's called Confessions from the Sidelines. Now, Sarah Rick has a great job now. She is, I think the term she used was academic coach. And she takes kids that are wanting to get to college and play sports and helps get them in line to transition to that. So it's a real interesting thing, and as you can see, a very growing area of expertise now too, because there's so many people trying to get to that next level. So
no doubt
she helps them out with that.
So she interviews the face.
Yep, that's it.
And
you talk about tennis a lot and being a national champion.
Well, I wasn't a national champion.
Well,
so
I thought y'all won some national title, didn't you?
No, we played for one.
Oh, I'm sorry. Did I bring that up? I thought you had a ring. You wearing rings around?
That was state championship.
Oh, state.
But okay. I thought one of your adult teams won the whole thing. One.
No. We went to play for it.
Okay.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry.
Out in Tucson, Arizona.
Okay.
Yeah, we didn't win it though.
That one ring.
I thought y'all. Where did I get that from?
I thought you did.
My gosh,
I wish I had.
I had Lee Corso retiring too, so I don't know.
Yeah, right. What do we know?
Yeah.
By the way, I think about a number of conversations I've had with people about you in tennis that I had that wrong.
Yeah. I've been calling you national champion.
Well, we played, and me and my partner Alan Head, we did go undefeated at the Nationals. So we had a good tournament.
You're not bragging. That's just what happened.
Well, no,
I'm not trying to bring attention to myself. That's just what happened.
I'm just saying we had a good tournament. That's
right.
And, and the majority of that was my partner. Trust me. So.
Yeah.
Well, that's just what happened.
You were the net gorilla, though. I think we have audio from when you brought that up. But remember?
No, I don't think we do. I don't think we do.
You sure we sure we don't have that right?
I'm sorry, Alan.
Well, I just remember you talking about it. You weren't bragging. You were just letting everybody know what happened.
I
thought it was for bottom row left, kind of. What?
You.
What about it?
What you're wanting to
Yeah. Here we go. Everybody buckle up. Here we go.
Try two ends on it.
Confessions from the sidelines with Sarah
C-A-N-N.
Coward. And it's on our social media too.
C-A-N-N-U-P, I think.
I heard she's going to interview Speedy, Bubba, and it's going to be how to save money when you got 3 in college. So that'd be a good one.
All right, that would be.
Because you're going to be close.
Or how to save money when you buy a new puppy and have 3 kids.
So
thank you for that.
Or like with Greg, how to save money when you're flipping a house.
Yes.
Yeah. I think
we're not talking about that enough, by the way.
I keep forgetting about it.
Yeah.
All right, so
I think I'm out of the loop.
Yeah.
This was the audio when you got everybody confused.
Yeah. Okay.
Well, this next and final song is going to be one that has been pretty famous over the last few years. It has took me a lot of places I didn't think I would be at.
That's what you wanted.
But it was the first time on stage, New Year's Eve 2002, with one of the best quartets out there today, Brian Free and Assurance.
I remember when you said this, Bubba.
Privileged to be able to sing this one with Brian Free.
With Alan Head.
And I don't know if I beat him that night or not, but ever since then, we've had competitions. I've wore him out. Not to
wear my
make
ring.
me look good or anything, but that's what happened.
Oh, good morning, Mr. Allen. I hope you're not too mad at me. I was running a little bit late this morning, and I was hoping you wouldn't be too mad with me.
Well, I mean, Alan Head and I mean, not trying to bring attention to ourselves. That's just what happened.
Oh, we had a good tournament.
Went undefeated, owned it. Everybody else brought us down. But
So,
good.
No, we got some good draws there. I'll
So-
tell you the highlight of the whole thing, though, for me, since you brought it up, since you brought it up, I'll take a moment here.
Yeah.
The last match that we play, we're playing against Florida. And when you get to the national, you have to win your sectional to get in. There's 16 sections in the United States. So it's kind of like conferences. And we're out of the Southern, which is the SEC, minus, let's see, we add North Carolina minus Florida, because Florida's big enough to have their own section. So we're playing Florida, who is leading the whole thing. And they're trying to get into the Final Four the next day to play for the national title. And we get matched up against their number one doubles team, who has not dropped a set during the whole tournament. Now, Alan is a tremendous tennis player and very unassuming when you see him, okay? And he's actually a bus driver now by trade in his semi-retired job. So I will say this: he's the best playing bus driver tennis player in the country. I think. Absolutely, okay.
There's no doubt.
So we're playing these guys, and we know they're good, and they come out and they looked at us. They're already planning for their next day, and we got after them a little bit, and they got a little aggravated. Now, Southern California needed us to win. If we beat them, we could knock them out of the Final Four and Southern California take their place, because they were right on the bubble with them. So we have the entire Southern California team cheering for us. And you may remember one of their players called here after that. And they are all of Asian descent, and very few spoke English. And the captain, who did speak great English, walked over and said, "Bubba, do you mind if we cheer for you guys, because it'll help us out?" I said, "Absolutely. Have a field day." So it was so funny to be in Tucson, Arizona, and have a stand full of Asians cheering for us who could barely speak English.
Yeah.
Now, that was kind of funny to me.
No, that's about as good as it gets.
And they didn't – they really didn't know what to holler or what to yell. They knew we were from Alabama, so there was obviously some Roll Tides in there. And
Sweet Home Alabama.
And there was some of that, and there was some War Eagle and all this.
Do they call you Face?
No.
Give me an F?
They called me Bubba. And so that was kind of funny. But we ended up beating these guys. And the funniest thing, they were much younger than us. And
you don't mess with a face.
No.
Not in Tucson.
No, the face and the bus driver.
Well, we were
face and the head.
We were rolling right then.
Thank you. That's good.
So I see one of the guys in the airport when we're leaving the next day. And by the way, they lost and got knocked out. So they were leaving too. And the guy starts laughing and coming over to me. And he's much younger than I am. And he said, "We should have checked y'all's record." He said, "We looked at you and we didn't think there was going to be much to it." He said, "If we'd have gone and looked at y'all's record, we would have known that we needed to play a little harder."
Yeah. Right. You weren't just a face and a head.
You should have looked at the head face.
He said, "Y'all were like 26-2. We needed to notice that before we, strolled out there to play y'all."
Can't hide it.
Well, and here's one of the people that cheer from y'all, or either this is a clip from the podcast.
Okay.
Even with a lot of talent in singing, even with a lot of talent in whatever you choose to do, you still have to put in this hard work. And you need that determination and perseverance not to give up.
There you go.
Back to the original topic here, Confessions from the Sidelines with Sarah Coward.
Well,
It's out on podcast, wherever you get those today.
If that don't move you to go listen, I don't know what will.
Yeah, really.
Wow. That's it.
I don't know that we covered all that.
We have all that.
We did talk about sports.
You can see it on our social media stuff we got there, too, if you want to just click right
Enjoy that. Sarah does a great job.
15 minutes to the top of the hour.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Just 8 minutes to the top of the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show, 866-WE-BE-BIG. Phone trolling, your opportunity to be on the program right now. Dial us up, 866-WE-BE-BIG. Make a comment, ask a question, bring information to the table, whatever the case may be. It's your opportunity to be on the program. I mean, we're taking this program, we're handing it over to you, and we're saying, there you go, have at it. You're running it. So you can dial it right now and get in. Don't forget, for those of you that are going out again this weekend, be tailgating, having a blast. Have you got the Rick and Bubba Biggin chair? We put those back on order. Check out the old Biggin chair there at rickandbubba.com before that limited time offer goes away again, because we only put those together based on your orders. So grab you one and sit in style this weekend, or a weekend very soon when you get your Biggin chair. Let's go to Chris in the great state of Georgia. Chris gets us started. Trolling.
Keep them phones a trolling.
Here we come, phone trolling. Phone troll. Chris, welcome to Rick and Bubba. You got 30 seconds on the program, and go ahead.
All right, good morning. I think it was about 2009. Lee Corso, I know, kind of moved on to that story, but he had a massive stroke.
Yeah, he did. Yeah,
I remember that.
He did somewhat retire, and they kind of did tributes to him, and he was off the show for several years, but it was the lowest ratings in the history of College Game Day when he was off of there. And they started doing guest appearances, and even when he would do guest appearances, the ratings saw spikes. I think that's why they're keeping him. It all comes down to the rating at the end.
Yeah, well, let me tell you, that's the only reason why Rick and Bubba get to hang around.
Mm-hmm.
But you know,
if they want to take somebody off of there, they need to take Beth Mowins, because that's what's painful to listen.
Yeah, well, the Beth Mowins thing, that one is not on merit. That one's on agendas and you know, the fake world that we live in. We have to all pretend that she's better than anybody else that was available for that job, male or female, and we all know that's not true, and we all know that is we know what drives that. But yeah, so now that makes me feel better, because now it sounds like that Lee Corso, when he had the stroke, which I do remember that he did come off of game day. That may have been when they started doing all those tributes and everything too, and we all kind of thought that was the end of it, but then he started coming back.
I didn't think he was going to live. He was in ICU for like a week and completely paralyzed and had to learn to rewalk. And
yeah, he done a great job with that.
I remember that.
Respectful.
Yeah, well, Bubba and I had
his mind is
Go ahead.
Feel clear. I'm a nurse, and when you have a stroke, your mind knows what it wants to say, but it can't get your mouth to say it. A lot like what me and Bubba suffer with all the time.
I was about to say, you realize there's a whole show that's done that way every day.
Yeah.
But
that's the thing. If y'all start to slip, nobody will notice.
Yeah, I mean, really.
Yeah. Well, thank you, man. I appreciate you calling, and I do remember that, and I think that's kind of where some of the emotion came in. They didn't know if he'd be able to come back and do it, and we have a Lee Corso story, Bubba and I do, in Rick and Bubba history.
Yeah. We tried to get an interview with him. We were doing a live broadcast from the Iron Bowl, I guess it was, at Legion Field. And he had said he would talk to us. He said he would talk to us, but he never had a chance, it didn't look like. So he went to the porta potty, and we carried the microphone, was waiting on him when he came out.
We sure did.
So we got the interview right as he came out of the porta potty.
Was that the time that I had the bullhorn, they took it away from him?
No, that was a different one. Yeah, that was in Auburn.
Because we were calling him out on the bullhorn one time, too.
Yes.
JD in Birmingham, listen to us on CZK. JD, 30 seconds. Go ahead.
Good morning, fellas. How are y'all?
Good.
Great.
Hey, long-time listener, first-time caller. I just wanted to give a shout-out to my fiancée, Mary Claire. We get married in a couple of weeks, so I just hope she's listening this morning. Just want to give her a shout-out. Love her.
Well, look, if she doesn't listen to this show, then don't rush into anything.
Yeah, you might have to rethink it.
Take a step back. Huh?
Yeah, I hope she's a listener.
Yep.
Yeah. Anytime you decide to marry outside of the Rick and Bubba family, I'm not saying it's scripture, but I mean it is.
Well, as we've said, there's no prohibition against it, but you're dealing with different cultures at this point,
right?
So you got to.
It'll just make things harder.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's not that it's forbidden.
No, it's not.
But you're gonna you're probably going to make your life more difficult than it has to be.
Yeah, it's easier if you have a Rick and Bubba spouse.
It just is. Yeah. The couples that listen together stay together.
Yeah, we've proven that over the years.
John in Tuscaloosa. Road Tide. John, go ahead.
Road Tide.
Yeah, Road Tide.
I heard the fella just call in and say something about Lee Corso, and despite him struggling to get his words out on game day, still he might be more competent of a president than Joe Biden.
I would have to agree with you on that. I think that Lee does a better job of making it happen and comes across more in control of his faculties than the president. And
absolutely, good listening to you guys.
That's a cognitive playoff right there.
Yeah.
Let's go to Todd. Yeah, Todd.
Todd.
In Missouri. Go, Todd.
Hey, yeah, I'm not a conspiracy theorist or anything like that, but to me it seems kind of odd. You got the COVID stuff going on. We got the botch thing in Afghanistan going on, and today they announced that they're going to be removing the Robert E. Lee statue in Richmond. I just want to get your guys' thoughts on that.
Is that today? Is today the big day for that?
I believe so.
Well, I hope everybody has a mask on.
Well, that has been scheduled to be removed for some time now. I mean, they voted to do that a while back. So
right.
I don't know if that's tied to anything directly. It may just be when the crew could get to it.
Yeah,
it's a pretty big statue, so they had to plan some stuff.
And they're removing Robert E. Lee because we're going to act like that history didn't happen?
I don't know. They just feel like it's not a positive thing for them. But it's on I think the street is called the Avenue of Monuments or something like that, if I recall the story. And I'm sorry if I'm wrong about that, Richmond. But yeah, I saw a story. Gosh, it was 2 or 3 days ago where they were moving cranes in. So it's a pretty big project to do.
Oh, is it a big one?
Yeah, it's a big statue.
Is it headed somewhere else?
Yeah, it's going to a museum somewhere.
Yeah. Top of the hour. If you are leaving us, have a great day. You got more Rick and Bubba. Then we'll do a top of the hour break. Lord willing, we'll be back. Find out all the different ways you can get all the Rick and Bubba content live or on your own time by going to Rick and Bubba, spell out the word and.com.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
7 minutes past the hour from the broadcast plaza and teleports. It is the Rick and Bubba Show. Thank you for being with us. We have much to discuss, and we love chatting with you at 866-WE-BE-BIG. Wednesday Bible study back today, live on our YouTube channel, noon Central, 1 o'clock Eastern. It'll be archived soon after. Links provided on all of our social media platforms. Also, look at Bubba's appearance on a podcast. We've got that on our social media today. You can go actually hear his interview and enjoy that podcast today. As you're grabbing all the Rick and Bubba content you can everywhere you can possibly find it. Speaking of Bill Bubba Bussey, we welcome him back. Hey, buddy.
And Rick, he's glad to be here.
Are you really?
Trust me when I say
you fired up, buddy?
I am fired up.
COVID update. The ever-confusing pandemic is we now have picked sides and groups, and no one can vary. You must go decide what COVID tribe you belong to. Here a mass, there a mass, vaccine, antibodies, ivermectin, whatever happened to Desimir? Do we ever mention it anymore?
It's still out
I never
there,
heard much
too.
about it anymore.
Yeah, they still give it.
Infusion,
monoclonal antibodies.
All this kind of stuff. So
What
anyway,
did I just say?
Monoclonal? Close enough.
We know what you meant. But again,
what can I say? I'm sitting here sipping on apple juice.
You're
like a
sipping
4-year-old.
on apple juice.
You know what? I wish it looked more like apple
Right.
juice.
And apparently,
Not clear glass, not a good idea.
and I'm wearing Sally Jesse Raphael's glasses.
Yeah,
Yes,
you are.
Rick, the one I have.
That's the one.
That's the one
Yep.
you should have got.
But I missed it. But
Helms, after looking at
That's
that,
it.
I'd have your AC1 checked.
I think Greg,
A1C or whatever you call it.
he's on fire.
it's a little cloudy.
Quick, somebody get Herb Street to sit by Bubba.
See, I tried to. Yeah. See, it catches. I don't know what it is.
We got to
Why
study
is
that. We got to study that sometime. It happens when we're cutting commercials or whatever.
Yeah.
All right, so ivermectin, one of these controversies. If you're in a certain tribe, you got to be against ivermectin, and if you're another tribe, you got to be for it. But we do need some accurate reporting on this. There is a prescription form of ivermectin that wants some. Well, let's listen to Joe Rogan. Joe Rogan's back doing his podcast, and you're going to hear him reference something. We had to edit through that because of some language, but he's asking the question when he comes back. What in the world is CNN talking about when they're reporting about my bout with COVID? And here it is.
They keep saying I'm taking horse dewormer. I literally got it from a doctor. It's an American company.
Mm-hmm.
It's they won the Nobel Prize in 2015 for use on human beings.
Yeah.
And CNN is saying I'm taking horse dewormer.
Yeah. What? So
they must know that that's a lie.
There's a lot of people saying it.
Right, but a lot of people can say it.
Okay.
Like the internet says it. Who cares?
Sure.
But CNN is saying it. Like Jim Acosta.
So he's saying,
I'm an high pitch.
He really is.
But keep in mind, though, the important point here, CNN is claiming that this ivermectin that Joe Rogan took was the kind you go get at the co-op, and it wasn't. It was prescribed to him by an American medical company that won a Nobel Prize in 2015 for human use of ivermectin. And the dose of your height and weight. These are all the things that a doctor will ask you about. And he's saying CNN is acting like that I took a horse dewormer that I got at the co-op, and that isn't true.
But let me ask this, and that we've done these stories. Aren't there people doing that though?
Yeah.
I mean, I know he didn't, but I mean, is that true? And is
some
that
people
probably
some
not
people
highly
are-
recommended.
No, we had people call the show, say they went to a Tractor Supply and purchased some.
Yeah, you should get
See,
a
that's
doctor.
That
And that is crazy.
That sounds like the hydrochloroquine when they were getting the stuff that cleans fish tanks. You
Right.
remember because it was in it too,
Right,
and they
right.
died.
Well,
But-
here's
But
the
Joe
thing.
Rogan is being incorrectly
Yeah, he
reported.
got a prescription from a doctor.
He's using the Merck product ivermectin.
That's
it's
it.
not for horses.
And this is made to make him sound crazy and out on the edge when really this is a drug that is available that can be prescribed to you by your doctor. You don't have to go. And we said on the air, going to the co-op is dangerous because the dosage that a human being is supposed to get. I mean, every doctor I've talked to that does prescribe it, they want very specifically your height and your weight, and that will determine how often and how much of it you take.
Which
And Rick, too, I've asked vets and doctors about this, okay? They say the drug, ivermectin, the active ingredient, is the same in both. But the way it's handled and what it's mixed with is different. People should not be taking the co-op version.
Right. So that's where
they don't treat animal food and human food the same way. They don't keep them the same temperature. They don't handle them with as much tolerance. You need the human version that you are prescribed by a doctor and you get at a pharmacy, not the co-op version.
So what they do is they take people who've done that and had a bad reaction.
Right.
They go, hey,
And they
we're
lump
having
all
bad
of those
reactions.
people into the ivermectin pool, which is not factually correct. It's a half-truth is what they're telling on purpose to try to distort the results.
And that's the story. Joe Rogan says what they told you about me taking it is a lie.
Yeah.
They should have said that my doctor, the doctor that I have, prescribed it for me from this company, and Helmsley mentioned the company.
Yeah, Merck.
And I took it exactly the way the doctor told me to, and I'm sorry that it appears that it may or may not have helped me. I don't know whether it helps or it doesn't help.
Because he hit it with everything he could hit it
But
with.
here's the thing.
Yeah.
But just report honestly, though.
Yeah.
But
so
let's-
people can make their own decisions.
Well, let's do this, though. Let's look at Joe Rogan, his case. He did get COVID. He had not been vaccinated, or he had been
He had not.
vaccinated. He had not.
I don't remember.
So he got ivermectin. He got the monoclonal antibodies. I am saying that right.
No, you got it right that
I was saying it good. Now y'all made me doubt myself.
Yeah.
No,
earlier you were
he
saying
took
it
the vitamins. He did a lot of things. He got better. He got better. We should be celebrating that he got better, and go, well, what did he do? Why did he get better? Was it just? And this is what Fauci always refers to, and by definition, anecdotal. He took it. He got better. Well, that's not a double-blind study, which is what they always want to be done to prove something. But we have had studies come out of other countries. The Israel study was big, and some of these others that are showing us some things that that's not being promoted in our mainstream media. To the level it should be, I don't think.
Yeah, somebody sent us, I forget the doctor's name, the one that does the big social media thing now. We had him on. We let him.
Dr. V. Z.
Yeah, Dr.
I say V.
There's
Z.
some letter.
The bald-headed guy.
Yeah. And you saw him. I mean, he's pro-vaccine. He even took apart the school board guy in Virginia about here's what he had wrong, here's what he had right.
Yeah.
And he did one the other day. Somebody sent to me. He says, you know what? I'm really concerned that as a doctor that I'm not allowed to just simply say natural antibodies do work.
Yeah.
Now, Rick, he was this far. He even
said-
apologized. He said, I was wrong about this.
Yeah.
He said the data is very clear that the natural antibodies are better or as good, worst case scenario, as the antibodies the vaccine causes you to. Remember, the vaccine causes your bodies to generate natural antibodies. That's how it works.
And what he said in this...
It's not what is in the shot is killing the virus.
Yeah, and what he said is this. He said, and he hollowed out. Now, he's pro-vaccine.
Yeah.
But he hollered out on his show, I hate the way we're marketing this vaccine. We are doing it all wrong because we're withholding information like the natural antibodies. Okay, so what? Let's be glad that natural antibodies can help us. That's not a shot against the vaccine. He goes, but it sounds like that we're trying to manipulate people because we're not just saying here's all the facts.
Yeah. Well, here's what it looks like, Rick. It looks like we've lost sight of let's defeat COVID and its variants.
There you go.
And all we're concerned about is now selling vaccines, pushing vaccines, vaccine. If you have not had it, you need to get the vaccine. That's what the Israeli study said. I agree. We've got to have control rods to break this thing from continuing on. If you have natural antibodies and you're still having them, then you're probably okay.
Right. And
if you have both, he said even better.
And this doctor is saying we can't be true doctors and ignore natural antibodies.
Yeah, because that's how we fought. That's how we fought every virus that's ever been known to man. It's the natural response. Well, as a matter of fact, bacteria too.
Yeah. Well, we come back. You'll also see the NFL Players Association is saying if the non-vaccinated players have to be tested all the time, so do the vaccinated. Because it says if they can catch it and pass it too, why are you only testing one side?
See, that's what's so bizarre about this.
Yeah. So we'll come back and just what you're talking about, the Players Association, about that word about that. We'll be back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
$22 minutes past the hour of the Rick and Bubba show. We're back. So we're doing our COVID update. Joe Rogan back on the show and said CNN claims I was taking a horse dewormer when it was ivermectin, but it was prescribed to me by a medical doctor.
He was taking the human prescription version of it, not the horse version.
But that's not as provocative because remember, Joe Rogan is not allowed to catch COVID and use treatments and get better that did not involve the vaccine. I mean, because that's not allowed. So CNN says we will not celebrate those recoveries, and we want these people to sound like whack jobs.
You know, it's just amazing to me that we don't look at some of this stuff a little closer, and they may not pan out. I don't know. They haven't been double-blind studies on them that I'm familiar with. But what they're doing is they're taking data from these other studies, the metadata they call it, and they're working out some of this stuff. And Rick, it may not work, but there are people who are taking it and getting better. So shouldn't we just report that and look at that? I mean, we can't just have one big funnel that says vaccine. That's the only hope we got. Because the monoclonal antibodies have proven they're good too.
Again. He did. He's back to saying it wrong. That's funny how you go in and out.
You'll add an R and then leave the R out. You said clonal at that point.
Yeah.
It's monoclonal.
Monoclonal.
But for some reason, every once in a while, you'll add an R instead of clonal. You'll say chronal.
He wavers between the two.
Yeah.
I want to remind y'all.
I will be honest.
I still have COVID fog.
Right.
From what I had before.
Right. At what point does that wear off, you think?
He's been riding that COVID fog.
In my case, never.
Right. Never. It's terminal.
So the Players Association.
Well, let's not call it terminal. Let's just say it's going to stay with you
forever. It's going to stay forever.
Yeah, there you go.
They can't get rid of it.
They're now saying that the Players Union wants players now are going to be tested weekly instead of every 14 days as they were in training camp. And they want vaccinated and unvaccinated players tested. So 93% of the players, according to the league, are vaccinated. So it looks like it doesn't matter if you're vaccinated or unvaccinated, it's going to be the same protocol, which makes sense because
I was a little shocked the union was going to go along with that because that doesn't sound union-like to do that.
Yeah.
I'm kind of shocked it took them this long to come to this conclusion.
Yeah, so at one time they had it staggered.
And I'm not saying what's right and wrong. I'm just
they had it staggered that if you were vaccinated, you were tested less, and now they're saying, look, it's got to be the same.
Which test are they going to have?
I don't know.
Is it the quick one, or we call it the quick one and the long one?
Well, now
there's actually a name for those.
Now here I go. I'm about to take letters and just be so reckless with them. The one that was the 3-day, the 72-hour one was called the what?
There's one that has letters.
It's P something
PRC.
But anyway, from what I'm
PMRC. That's Pelham Racket Club.
Well, they may be in on this.
from what I've been told, and our doctor that was against the rapid test now is okay with it because there now is these letters, rapid version.
Right.
So you can get it too if somebody's got it.
We're supposed to have. There's some test at home kits now too. If you can get, I've got one. I haven't played with it yet.
The market's dictating that price tremendously too right now.
Yeah. I've had the doctors that I know.
I'm fixing to get one out and play with it just to see.
The doctors I know, they're not crazy about the home one. They say it's very unreliable.
Yeah, I'm sure it's not as good.
Yeah, so I don't know what that means.
See, I want to get it out. I don't know.
It's unreliable to the positive, or the negative.
Is it? It's. I mean, do you pee on a stick and see if you can see a plus? How does it work?
I did have somebody tell me that
Clear Blue Easy.
that their wife did not have COVID, but unfortunately now they realize she's pregnant.
Yeah.
But anyway,
unfortunately.
yeah. Well, not in this case. So anyway,
not excited about it.
Right? Yeah, we can go either way. Say
what?
So there you go. So we'll. There's your ever confusing COVID update.
Yep. Yeah, it's always something in it.
Sure. Well, we just need correct reporting, and if we could drop all the agendas and really take us out of this fake world, that'd be huge.
I really feel like that Israeli study was starting what I call the convergence into one line of thinking
Right.
that hopefully will pan out. And
well, what about the high priest of health? How's he feel about it?
Well, I really don't care how he feels.
But problematic, anecdotal.
But you know why? I'll tell you why I lost all respect for Fauci, and it's not a Republican, Democrat, conservative thing. He lied by misleading Congress on if we were funding this advanced research, or what's it called?
Gain of function.
Gain of function research in China. When this first came up, very first came up, he should have said, if he was transparent, if he was honest, we're experimenting with this in China at this lab. This is a possibility it got out. That would have been honest.
Yeah.
That would have been forthcoming. That would have been transparent. He acted like he had no idea. He pushed this bat thing, which is, think about it, really. Okay, there's 2 labs in that area that deal with dangerous viruses, okay? And of all the places in the world that we had this mysterious bat-to-human move by this deadly virus, happened to be right in the middle of these 2 labs. Do you find that a little odd?
Well,
Rick, think about every stop on the planet you could be at, from the North Pole to the South Pole, from beaches to forests to jungles to deserts, and it decided to make the jump to the human race right next door to a lab who is messing with this stuff, moving it forward 6 and 7 steps.
To quote John,
don't you find that a little odd?
To quote John Stewart, who's not a conservative, the reason why I think it came from the lab is because it's on the sign. That's your point.
Yeah.
You remember him looking at Colbert going, it's on the sign.
Right.
The sign has it on there. It probably came from the place that has it on the sign.
Yeah.
So,
and Fauci should have said that. He should have said, look, it could have made the jump. It could have come from a lab. It could have done this. We're looking at all options. He covered that up like a cat in a sandbox until he had to admit it, till they had the goods on him, till they traced the money back. And that, to me...
It's on the sign.
Yeah. That, to me, shows he's dirty in this. Because if he really cared about health and he really cared about the deaths, he would have told everything he knew right away.
Absolutely.
It's like somebody who was a witness to a murder, and they just don't tell you everything about everybody they saw in the alley that night, like the guy carrying a knife.
He didn't tell the truth about masks.
You know?
He didn't tell the truth about where we need to get on herd immunity. Remember, he admitted he elevated that number. So, I mean, if he, I hate to be a lawyer here, if he lies about anything, he can lie about everything.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
$35 minutes past the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. Phone calls coming in at 866-WE-BE-BIG. We'll chat with you. Greg, how'd that Helix go last night?
I don't know. I was so asleep I couldn't realize.
Snuggled
I was too
all
comfortable,
in.
Rick.
Snuggled all in.
Floating
Like
in a
mama's
cloud.
little man. Like mama's little man. Let me tell you something. If you would like to get a Helix mattress, just go to helixsleep.com /Bubba. Go there, and they're going to ask you some questions, Greg, right? There's going to be some
Yeah,
things.
you like to sleep on your stomach, on your back, how you like the firmness of your mattress.
Mhm.
Just little questions like that.
All that kind of stuff. And then you fill all that out, and then they send you a mattress based on the way that you said you prefer to sleep. Comes right to the door. Were you shocked when the box came?
I was. I said, no way a king-size mattress is coming out of that box, but it did.
And
Boy, did it.
Did it. And right now, if you go to helixsleep.com /Bubba, you'll answer those questions. You'll save $200. You get a 10-year warranty and a 100-day free trial. So you also can find that same link by going to rickandbubba.com. You'll find it there under the sponsors button. helixsleep.com /Bubba. Sleep like Greg and Lisa. And snuggle on in the one that you like. A little mattress made just for you. Let's go to Mike in
in
Huntsville.
trouble.
Mike, welcome to Rick and Bubba. Go ahead.
Lisa had nothing to do
Hey
with
guys,
it.
how's it going?
Oh, they're little snuggle bunnies. Mike,
Hey,
go ahead.
Yeah, CNN should be also reporting that millions of people take on rat poison for their high blood pressure. If they're saying ivermectin is a heart dewormer. I had a dog that got into rat poison several years ago, and she's 30 pounds. Called the vet, and he's like, "Oh, it's just going to help her blood pressure because it's the same ingredient that's in blood pressure medicine."
I don't know about that.
Let's. I want to back up here again. And
All over the road.
This is what you should do. Do what your doctor tells you to do. Okay.
Yep.
Always.
Well-
And this self-medicating thing, you got to be extremely careful.
I can promise y'all this: when all this, give it about a year, Pfizer, Merck, you name it, they're going to come out with this drug that is the end-all, be-all to COVID, and you're going to look at the ingredients because it's the exact same thing that ivermectin. It's just labeled, it's branded in a new way, and it's expensive.
They changed 25% of it
Yes.
so they could change the name of it.
100%
Well,
that's happening.
I think what some of the doctors have said that is true is this is a virus. It is a novel virus, and we got all that. But some of them have said, now, when did we change the way we approach viruses? Why did we just take all the ways we've approached viruses?
That was one of the greatest
and
things
throw
that
all
stuck
that
with
out.
me from Dr. Williams when he was talking about that. Prior to 2019, how did we deal with viral infection? Go back and look at that. Some of it you're not going to like, but it's non-political at that point, and that's probably the way to go about it.
Larry in Greenville. Larry, go ahead. Welcome to the program.
Hey, that guy, he's off the road. He's out of his lane a little bit. What he was talking about is warfarin or generic Coumadin. It does have the same ingredients as rat poison. It's a blood thinner. That's why you have to monitor your blood levels while you're taking it.
You know, I think any kind of medical advice or discussion with cell phones that are not clear is very difficult because
when you have a feedback.
You remember that Super Bowl commercial where Brady and Gronk are talking,
Yeah.
and if you don't get all the words,
Yeah.
it completely
That's so
changes the
good.
meeting.
He said the guy's
Yeah,
talking
right.
about a blood thinner, not a blood pressure medicine.
Right.
I think, and if I got that, then I feel much better about my cognitive skills. But and my hearing not as bad as I thought. But let me go back to this. Animals, humans. Anytime we begin to cross-reference treatment of animals and treatment of humans, that, again, back to medical doctors, wellness doctors, whatever it may be, just you might want to, even if you hear something that maybe we do use in both worlds, we don't prescribe it the same.
Yeah, get the human version and just be safe.
Right.
Okay, safety is key here.
I'm just trying.
You don't want
throw
to
that
be
out
cured
there.
of COVID and then die of some kind of worm or something.
Right. Just yeah.
Of course, ivermectin would help that too, I guess.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. And the thing on ivermectin, if it doesn't help you with COVID, at least it gets rid of them worms.
That's right. That's right.
Let's go to Sean Dothan, News Talk 1039. Sean, go ahead.
Good morning, guys.
Hey, How about
it? All right, quick backstory. My wife and myself both got the vaccine months ago, and after that, we lived our lives normal like we had been. 2 weeks ago to the day, two of my three daughters, 14 years old and 10 years old, both started running a low-grade fever and had a slight headache. Okay, out of abundance of caution, we set up an appointment with a pediatrician on that Thursday. We went in. They said they do not have the normal COVID symptoms. We're not testing them for COVID. They tested them for strep. Both were negative for strep, and they said send them back to school tomorrow. Well, the fever didn't subside, so we went to another pediatrician on Friday. Both tested positive for COVID. Their only symptoms were a headache and a slight fever.
Well,
So-
I thought headache.
okay.
I thought headache was a symptom of COVID.
Yeah.
So, but what?
So did I.
Okay. Well, and go ahead.
Well, so I was talking to the pediatrician. Okay, they have to quarantine for 10 days from the day their symptoms started. Fine. I asked, I said, well, what about me? She said, are you vaccinated? I said, yes. And she said, well, you do not have to quarantine at all. So I go on like normal. Fast forward to this past Friday, my wife loses her taste and her smell and starts running a fever. Okay, well, great. Now she's got COVID. Go get her tested again. This is the second time, negative for everything. They tested for flu. They tested for COVID. They tested everything, and it was negative. I had to chalk it up to a sinus infection.
Wow.
So I'm curious how many people lose taste and smell, automatically attribute it to COVID, and don't have it. And it also blows my mind that I'm in the house with two kids who do have it. Even though I am vaccinated, I do not have to quarantine, per the doctor.
I don't
Who's
even
a
know
lot
what
smarter
to-
than me, so I'm going to listen to them.
Well, as you said, there's a lot of conflicting things going on there. I don't even know what to say to all that. It is true now that because we are in the pandemic, it is almost as if you don't hear of anything else that anyone, that there's no hospital bed anywhere that has anybody in it other than COVID. And we know that's not true. There are things still going on like sinus infections. I would assume that we have all kinds of things, colds that are still going on. And so I guess that's why the test was important. It does seem odd that they didn't want to test your daughters to begin with low-grade fever and headaches.
Seemed like they would have give everybody.
Yeah, and it's not like we're short on tests, are we? I mean, I don't know. That's odd. And you, from what I can gather, you can still get it and pass it, even with the vaccine. But hopefully, it's helped you to be less likely to get it and less likely to have a problem with it. But I think we're all pretty much in agreement that the vaccine people still catch the variant and pass the variant.
Absolutely. And we called around to get tested so I could come back to work. And there were numerous places there were a couple of them that would not do the rapid test because they said they were low on testing supplies. So they would only do the one that would mail out, which could take 5 to 7 days.
What is the name of that test? That's driving me crazy.
PCR or something.
PRC.
I'm sorry. I think I'm at the rodeo. Do what now?
It's the PCR test,
Oh, it
and
was
the one that we
PCR.
took was made by a company called BioFire.
Yeah,
which has like a 99.9% accuracy.
But can I tell you what's weird about that? Because my wife's got some things going on where she had to get tested, and just as part of procedure. and she went and got the PCR, whatever, and they told her just the opposite. They said, hey, yeah, we allow 72, but we've been getting them back in 48 hours. You'll get it quicker than that. It's like it's just two different experiences, or multiple different experiences based on where you go.
I think we're still just seeing. It's kind of like you have a lake that's rocked by an earthquake. You know, everything is out of place right now, and it just seems like it just swings back and forth, and there's no calmness to the whole thing. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's still everything's out of sync a little bit.
Yeah, Gregory, go ahead. Said he had the same experience. Greg, go ahead.
Hey guys, how are y'all this morning?
Good, man.
Great.
Yeah, that's good. But yeah, back in October of last year, I completely lost taste and smell just overnight. And about 4 days passed, and I went and got tested. Was sick as a dog. My wife was sick. We were both tested for the flu, for COVID, for strep, and both negative. And I just knew I had it because I could not smell or taste anything. You know, like y'all said, going to the bathroom.
All right.
So here's the thing too, though. Even think about this: if a test is 90% effective, which would be very high, out of every 100 people they test, 10 people is going to leave there with the wrong diagnosis. So there is a margin of error there.
Think about Speedy's wife.
Yeah,
she had all the symptoms too and tested negative, and that was a false negative, because it ended up getting Bubba sick, Speedy sick, and Helmsley sick. So that
I think we know the social distancing work here, because I think it was easy to zero back where it came from, wasn't it?
Well, but again,
based on the fallout pattern.
Look, the line was right here.
So then what we've said here, and again it may not be right,
Or
but it's still good, is that we say that symptoms overrule test results going forward.
Yeah.
Because
you love Babylon B, Rick, and this is right up about what we were just talking about, what Helm said. Pfizer releases brand new, never-before-seen drug to fight COVID-19. It's called Pfizer-mectin.
That's funny.
That's a joke, y'all.
14 minutes to
Be
the top
sure
of the
it's a
hour.
joke.
More Rick and Bubba right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
9 minutes to the top of the hour. Rick and Bubba Show. Thank you for being with us. Wheel of Meat still in play. Hasn't happened this week. FYI. Wednesday Bible study back today. If you want to catch that on the YouTube channel or when the archive comes out. I will tell you this. One of the things that I did notice, we were talking about this pandemic world we're living in. It's interesting to watch, because there's almost like two communities that like coexist now in our society. The completely paranoid, I hide myself away. I'm waiting on impending death. And then you have the other end of the spectrum as if there's nothing going on at all. Yeah. And then there's some of us that try to live somewhere in between those two worlds. But if you think about it, if you want to watch these two worlds collide, go to a college football game this year. Because here's what you see. You have usually a very left-leaning academic institution. Okay, do we all agree with that? Most higher learning leans to the left. With very few exceptions.
Yeah,
okay?
Oh yeah, absolutely.
So you got the way the left-leaning academic society is acting, but then who's coming to the campus? People that either never went to school there or certainly don't go to school there now, and they're coming to see the football team play, and they're not part of the campus. This is the only time they're at the campus. They don't go to school there. The kids don't go to school there. Some, like I say, never went to school there.
And they're probably overwhelmingly the other side.
The other side. So these two I saw it Saturday. These two communities, watching them coexist was hilarious.
Yeah.
I mean, you actually lived in two different worlds. There was the tailgating world, which was acting as if the pandemic had never happened or it was gone. Okay? Then, though, you could be in that very same tailgate world or stadium world and then walk into the bookstore of the campus. And State has like a lot of campuses, really cool bookstore. So when you walked into that bookstore, it was like you completely stepped into a completely different world.
Oh, another world.
It was, guys, I'm talking about not like a mild change.
Just
everybody must
one
get a mask.
extreme to the
Everybody must get a mask on. Nobody get near each other. But then as soon as you would leave, the minute that door would go, and Greg was literally like walking into two universities. The door would come open, and then you would go back into a different universe.
You're jumping time.
And they weren't even, it's almost like you couldn't even believe they're on the same campus.
Oh, wow.
I mean, it was two completely different worlds.
Here may be some clarity
That is
on what
crazy.
some of these callers called about. I was emailed this story, and it says the CDC themselves said the PRC test cannot distinguish between flu and COVID. So probably about half the people that tested positive last year for COVID actually had the flu.
Right.
This would also explain the dramatic drop in our flu numbers and increase in COVID numbers.
Right. Of course, the
Now,
mask people want to credit it with the mask.
Well, some of the drop in flu, I think, absolutely was because of the social distancing and people staying away from each other, okay? That always helps the flu. But it's not as clear-cut as what we thought because we said this all along. Our response and our numbers are only as good as the testing. And the testing was wrong in a lot of cases.
Oh, sure.
Now, the PCR test is the send-off test, right?
Yes, but now there is a rapid PCR test as well.
Okay.
Yeah. Not everybody has it,
So
but they do.
I think on the rapid test, we're already down several versions of that. I think it has come along.
What's that?
The rapid test.
Yeah. It's better than it was because remember our doctor didn't like it. Now he's okay with it.
Right. Which
Or the modern ones. The modern ones.
Well, see again. Just say your doctor has been telling you don't trust the rapid test. Trust the PCR. And then they turn around and say, wait a minute, trust the rapid test. Well, see, that again, that's just part of this yin-yang we've had on this thing the whole time.
And don't forget this, when people keep talking about it, and these get added to positive as well. What do we obsess over when we're trying to put somebody back into wherever we kicked them out of? We test them back in.
Right.
Well, our doctor told us sometimes somebody is done with it,
right?
But the RNA is still in their nasal passage.
Still in your blood system.
Yeah,
I mean,
so,
you're going to have leftover but dead viruses floating around that your body's killed, so you still could test for.
So you test, quarantine Ted, and you go, well, he tested positive. Well, he may be testing positive just because it's still in the system, but he's not spreading it or sick anymore. So we're doing the best we can. We have a pandemic. We know it's bad. We know it can be very dangerous. We do know the survival rate is really high. We're excited about that, or we should be. And we're developing more treatments, and that should help. I mean, to me, that's where I live because that seems to be the most true thing.
Right.
Right.
Well, Rick, and you can't always make these analogies, but because it's medicine and there's some science in that, believe it or not. But contrary to what we've seen the last year, but think about it even in a military standpoint. You don't just have ground troops. You have Air Force. You have Marines. You have submarines. You have planes. You have people. I mean, tanks. It takes all of it to fight a battle and win. And I just feel like, to some degree, due to prejudice in the media, they're not asking the hard questions about some of these other treatments. Now, I'm not anti-vax, but I don't think that it is a one-stop vax cures everything.
Well, let me tell you this.
Because if it did, we wouldn't be having a problem we got.
I'm not anti-vax, but I am anti-bad marketing and horrible rollout of one.
Yes, I am too.
The way some of you are trying to get people to take the vaccine that haven't, you're going about it all wrong.
Yeah.
I mean, you could not be going about it more wrong. You know, you've now become sanctimonious and condescending about it.
And have you seen how they're doing?
And that just adds to the narrative that I do believe is likely a false narrative.
Yeah.
But it just plays to the concern.
One of the things that has bothered me in the numbers is that in the United States, they tell us 90% of the people in the hospital are unvaccinated. But in foreign countries, they're telling us it's half and half. Finland, I think it was, in Israel, or was it Britain? One of them?
Israel.
So how can you have that much disparity in this? Well, it goes back to how they're getting their numbers. See, and there was one reporter that actually went and checked on some of this. They were going all the way back to January of this year, looking at people who were unvaccinated who went to the hospital.
Well, we didn't even have one.
Well, guess what?
Yeah.
We wasn't vaccinating people then.
Right, we didn't have one.
So do you think that would skew your numbers?
Probably would. Yeah, probably would.
So if you're pushing a narrative that you want to push, those are the numbers you look for. But see, there's a problem. They can't control what these other countries are doing.
No.
And when they tell you something totally opposite, I'm not saying they're always right, but it means there's something rotten in Denmark and you need to look closer at it. As we do our coverage of all the countries.
Yeah, and the ivermectin success in India. You're not allowed to talk about that.
Yeah, we got a call on that one too.
Top of the hour. If you're leaving us, have a good day. We thank you for being with us. If you have more Rick and Bubba, we'll take phone calls next on any topic. 866-WE-BE-BIG. When the Rick and Bubba show continues.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
7 minutes past the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. Thank you for being with us. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Helmsy, Eddie Van Adler, all here. Excited about another hour together. Welcome back for a brand new hour. Look right there. There's Bill Bubba Bussey.
Rick, glad to be here, and thank all of you for sharing. Rick, we only ask for, 5 hours a day?
Yeah, I mean,
Come on.
Grab that kickoff hour, too. We need 5 hours. What do you have that you can't give up 5 hours? Huh? That's a lot of.
We're here. We want you to be here, too.
It's so funny because talking to the people at Blaze TV, which we have a partnership with, and they play an hour of the show every day, and we have the Rick and Bubba University podcast and all that, and our YouTube and this kind of stuff. But it's so funny to hear them say, well, the problem with y'all show is it's an enormous amount of content. I mean, we roll out content every day. Woo. We roll it out. It's a lot of content to gather up and stack up and put together. So it's a content world, and we provide all you can stand.
That's right.
Let's go to where do we want to get started? We got the callers. Let's go to Anita out of the great state of Alabama. Anita, go ahead.
Hello there. I called you one of the first times you had on the ivermectin, and I was on that 30-second call, and y'all kind of sniggered and made fun of me when I told you my story, but I'd like to tell it again if that's okay.
Well, I mean,
you can do it kind of quick.
Has something changed, or is it the? Because the only way we can do it is if we go ivermectin, 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 ivermectin. Go ahead.
Well, I was a nurse for 20 years, and I retired last year to help prevent my mother from getting COVID because we take care of her, trying to keep her out of the nursing home.
Mm-hmm.
She was 93 years old. Well, in December, me and her both got COVID, and she was really getting bad, and I knew she ever went to hospital, she'd never come out. I was doing all the breathing treatments, all the vitamins, the budesonide, and also was taking another medication. I can't pronounce it. It was Quercetin.
No help here.
I called an herbalist, and that she recommended that. But I saw a video about the ivermectin, about how good it was working.
Mm-hmm.
So we took the horse wormer, not the human kind.
Understood.
And within 4 hours, I could tell a difference in myself. And then about a couple of days, my mother just snapped out of that. So, I mean, she was really getting bad. And that I believe that 100% that God in that ivermectin saved my mom's life.
Well, and
if we did it again, we'll do the same. And also, 2 weeks ago, I called American Frontline Doctors, and I got a prescription for the hydroxychloroquine. And what makes me irritated is all the nurses that I know and the healthcare workers are forcing the CDC protocol. That's not working anymore.
Yeah.
They won't do what works. The hydroxychloroquine, the ivermectin, all the vitamins. They're not telling anybody about that. They're saying, come to the hospital, we're going to put you in ICU, we're going to put you on a vent. That's all they're pushing. And the vaccine may help. And the rumors, it's giving the people the COVID, that are unvaccinated, and they go to the hospital, and the numbers look like the skyrocket in there, or the unvaccinated. If people can do what they want to, but me and my mother will not take the vaccine as long as we got stuff that's over the counter that you can get that will save your life.
Yeah, and to me, that's a choice you and your mother should make for yourselves. I agree with that. But the human version of ivermectin is readily available too, and probably you're a nurse, so you were probably able to handle that situation. But for those of you out there that aren't, I would still suggest, and we certainly are pro ivermectin. We're not against ivermectin, but I would get it from your doctor or from a doctor. Probably would not take the animal part of that's designed for them.
Mm-mm. Yeah, I think that's always safer.
Yeah, she may have the expertise. That she gave the right dosage.
And Mr. Johnson that has a farm down the road would appreciate that too.
He would.
Because his horses may need it. And, Rick, you take that, you're pretty much assured you ain't got worms either.
No, that's right. And that's the good news.
Yeah.
I think I've taken ivermectin before because I got a parasite when I was on a mission trip.
Yeah, you may have.
Yeah. Let's go to Ross in Huntsville. Ross, welcome to Rick and Bubba. Go ahead.
Hey, guys. Green Acres.
Thanks.
Morning.
Thank you for the call, buddy. Go ahead.
So, I've lived in Alabama for about 15 years now, originally from Texas. and I wanted to get y'all's opinion on how you feel about finally getting a good orange team in the SEC.
Well, you know, Texas hasn't been that great lately, but hopefully the Longhorns will come back. I think the conference will make y'all better.
I think just seeing you guys play A&M each year is well worth it to me.
Absolutely. So we're glad you're there.
Yeah, I look, iron sharpens iron. You play in the best conference, you're going to get better. And look at the teams who've played in it. I think most of them at the top to middle have elevated.
David in Alabama.
One in particular.
Yeah, David, go ahead. Welcome to the program.
Good morning.
Hey, buddy.
Hey.
How y'all doing this morning? I was just wanting to comment on the COVID thing. The place I work at, they don't really have no protocols. And a friend of mine, his wife is pregnant and came down with, she got diagnosed. She got the long test, not the rapid test. And he's not quarantined from her, and he still, sleeps with her in the bed, is in close contact with her, and they're still letting him come to work. What do you think about that?
Well, I mean, if the work doesn't have any protocol, then he's not doing anything that he's not supposed to do. I probably would prefer, if it was here, that we probably would, whoever was still sleeping with their wife that had it would probably stay home.
Yeah, we'd give them a few days to let that pass. I think that's just common sense, really.
Yeah.
I don't need the CDC to tell me.
Yeah,
and I think their protocol would be that you would isolate, wouldn't you?
Well, now isn't
that still in play? Because I know now
depends on if they're vaccinated.
Well, I was about to say
it changes a lot. I know.
Here's the you're asking. We'd have to spin the CD wheel
right.
of instruction, but they probably would tell the guy if he was vaccinated, he didn't have to change anything.
Now, what if he's tearing that sugar up?
Well, the vaccine,
like Whaley Tater, or whatever his name was.
So I don't know. I meant to ask the guy if the guy was vaccinated or not. I don't really know. The vaccinated people live a different way.
They do.
Because they're the really, really good people. Let's go to.
We'll see.
Yeah, we'll see. Let's go to Robert in Macon. Robert, welcome to Rick and Bubba. Go ahead.
Robert.
Hey guys, how you doing?
Good.
Great.
I got a doctor friend that really believes in this ivermectin, and I hope Speedy's listening here. But the doctor said that he takes the liquid form for the horses, and he said that it goes 1 cc for every 110 pounds, and he said that he injects 1 cc once a month into his orange juice. Now, when I was talking to him, he had a couple side effects I was a little bit concerned about.
Okay, well, now we're finally getting there.
Yeah, we better.
I'm just going.
He's already.
Is that where he was going to? Is that where he was going to get to
get
me?
it out?
Yeah, it was a long way home. But we're getting Renee in Pell City. Renee, go ahead.
Good morning, guys. Thank you so much for taking my call.
Sure.
I just wondered if you had any calls recently about people contracting Bell's palsy from having COVID.
Speedy.
I actually contracted COVID in November, and then about 10 weeks later, I developed Bell's palsy, and my doctor's convinced that is why I got it. Because now, if you look at the studies, it's a small percentage, but there are several people that have gotten had gotten Bell's palsy from COVID approximately 8 to 10 weeks after. And now that was February when I discovered the Bell's palsy, and it's September, and I still have it. I mean, I'm almost well, but I'm, about 10% still there. So.
Is your face drooping? What is it?
Yes, face drooping, my eye. For months, I had to use gel drops because my eyes would not shut.
Right.
And it has just been really, really hard to deal with.
Well, Renee, we're sorry you're dealing with that. That's I know, terrible and aggravating. A lot of things can cause Bell palsy, okay, temporarily or permanently. And I haven't seen where COVID did it, and I'm not doubting what you're saying. I guess it is a small number. Now, I've heard of the vaccine causing that with some people. But there's so many things will cause that if you're not careful.
We'll be back 16 minutes past.
We hope you get to feeling better.
Yeah, thanks for calling. More Rick and Bubba next.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Rick and Bubba's show. We're back. Thank you for being with us as we roll through the stories of the day. Bubba, we say goodbye to Sam Bam Cunningham. And
I can't bring it up.
I know you can't bring it up, but I think he went on in at 71, maybe, something like that.
71.
71?
Oh, number 39.
Oh, is that what he wore, 39?
To my memory.
Yeah, I don't remember his number. But you remember Sam Bam Cunningham's number, Greg?
I'm pretty sure it was
I think
39.
Bob was right.
Yeah, 39.
Rick,
Him and
I
Larry
remember
Zonka.
the first time I saw him, it was probably on ABC Wide World Sports because they carried a lot of Southern Cal games.
Mm-hmm.
And I saw him jump over the pile into the end zone, which was the first time I'd ever saw anybody do that.
Right.
And then immediately, us as kids had to start, copying that. And used to, you would run and jump on your bed, although your parents probably told you not to do that.
Right.
But you would stretch out like Superman.
Oh, yeah.
Well, after seeing Sam Bam Cunningham go over the pile, then now we started jumping like we were holding the ball.
Of course.
And I remember one time I hit my bed, and, you hit it just right, and it sprung me up, like flipped me over.
Right.
And my feet went right through the window in my bedroom. And I thought, well, that wasn't good.
Yeah, it turned out quite like you planned.
So right there, I mean, he is getting serious air over that
too.
pile.
He was big back.
He's getting big air. Yeah. He was a dominant player in college and did real well in the NFL too.
And had a big part in the history of Alabama football too when they came here for the racial situation we had in our state and integrating the University of Alabama. So you've seen the specials on that.
Sure.
There's theories about if Bear actually wanted that to happen or if that was part of the plan. I don't know. I just can't imagine any coach, wanting to lose a ball game. It's just, fans always think people are trying to do that, but I'm like, And then I don't know. But it's an interesting story, and they have a special on it, and it's a great watch.
And then alleged that he took him in there in front of the team and said all this, and they say that really didn't happen.
Yeah, I did hear that everybody exaggerates everything, which you've, of course, for some reason become the expert on that and destroyed any wonderful moment we might want to share.
Extremely aware.
But what I'm saying is I heard that the truth of the matter was that Paul Bear Bryant, which was very, very rare, did go into their locker room and tell him what a good player he was and all that. But bringing him in there in front of the team and
Remember
all that.
that legend?
Yeah, I don't think that happened. And I don't think, to your point, Bubba, that Paul Bear Bryant said, hey, I think I'll lose a game to prove a point about recruiting black players. What I do think, though, is he said, let me show you what the level of play is out there. I think he probably intended to try to win the game. I don't think he lost the game on purpose, but he went and booked a tough opponent to show that, that black athletes now playing and, bringing in desegregation
of the
universities was a good thing, and if this could be one of the reasons, is that the quality of the game would go up. And hey, we're going to be playing against, colleges that are desegregated, and if you want to remain segregated, you're going to be at a disadvantage.
Yeah.
Now, to me, that's pretty straightforward, but
or lost the game and thought, I've got to get something good out of this, and I'm gonna make a point here. So I don't know. The legends are great. The story is great. But Sam Bam Cunningham definitely was a legend, no doubt.
No
about
question.
It.
And his younger brother wasn't bad. Randall Cunningham. That's his brother. Look it up.
It is.
Are you
look
serious?
It up. That's his brother. Look it up.
Are you serious?
Absolutely. I'm
no,
serious.
it's not.
Look it up.
How about
Why are you saying look it up?
Because it's true.
I've never heard anybody say that.
Never.
Ever.
Google it.
Are you?
I'm reading the article about him
dream
in
that?
Alabama.
No.
By the way, we were pretty dead on that one.
Yeah. Well, they made ESPN did a whole special. I don't remember if it was a 30 on 30 or a 60 or whatever their number is for now, 45.
And people have sprinkled it in other things.
No, I remember
Sam
seeing the
Cunningham's
story.
brother, Randall Cunningham.
Okay.
Well, I had no idea
Greg,
about that.
You would think that would have been talked about more when he played.
Yeah.
Maybe I just wouldn't pay attention.
I saw Randall Cunningham play as a quarterback for the Eagles and the Vikings. I never remember them saying, and his little brother was Sam Bam Cunningham.
What college did Randall Cunningham come from?
Nevada.
Well, you're just.
Or UNLV. Wait a minute. It's one of them.
Well, you just you talking about
Was
middle
UNLV?
you talking about Nevada, middle America, which
Middle
Biden
America,
called it,
with no tornadoes.
right?
Well, how did little brother end up at Southern Cal?
No, Randall's the little brother. Because
big brother.
Yeah.
I mean, it seemed like he would have gone where his big brother was a legend.
Well, Big Brother may have been a better player at that
Yeah, he might
time. Yeah, Big Brother was
he
pretty
was
good.
at Nevada or UNLV, one of the two.
Okay, Greg. Nobody's pressing you on it. We're
Let's see
accept-
here.
We're
Y'all thought
accepting.
I was cracking.
Now, you're not
one, didn't
confusing him with another
UNLV.
quarterback.
He went to UNLV.
UNLV.
Running Rebels.
Drafted in
I'll tell you
85,
what,
round two.
there was one year, being a Viking fan, you have to find, small wins wherever you find them.
Mm-hmm.
But the year that he was the Vikings quarterback and Randy Moss was at wideout, buddy, they could just set the score. They were unbelievable.
You know what Randy's
Right up
job
to they
was.
missed-
Take the ball deep, take the top off the defense.
That is correct.
That's right.
And if he can't
That's
get
it.
to it,
No one can get
nobody
to it.
can get to it.
You don't
gotta say
take
it like
checks.
I don't write
Straight
checks.
cash,
straight
homie.
cash, homie.
That's what's still one of my favorites.
Well, yeah, we all love straight cash, homie.
Who doesn't love that?
So how about this? Sam Bam Cunningham is Randall Cunningham's older brother.
I
That
did not
should-
know that.
That should
No.
have. Color
I've known that
commentators
for
did not
years.
go on that much.
I've
So,
known that for years.
Well, Greg,
Let me
we
ask
got
you
it.
this because
Nah,
You must not be real talkative about it.
he was.
I thought everybody knew.
He was a running back when I was young and first watching football and understanding it. But was he the first one to do that, or surely somebody else had been jumping over the pile in the end zone before that, right?
I don't know. I just remember Sam Bam over the top because you used to bring it up a lot. It's Greg the Bull Olsen.
Sure he did.
Greg the Bull Olsen loves Sam Bam
And
Cunningham.
there really wasn't much of a defense for that till years later. People started trying to fly over and meet him in midair. Which
Herschel Walker would go over the top. You know,
yeah,
Bo would go over the
Bo
top.
went over the top. Yep.
Iron Bo saw it.
Did Marcus Dupree go over the top?
I bet he did.
I think he was more run around.
He had that
run
look.
around.
Yeah, he like he dive. He needed.
Yeah.
That story is still one of my hardest to watch.
Wow.
30 for 30.
I know.
A difficult one to watch.
It is.
Bottom of the hour. We'll be back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
We got a backlog on the calls. Rough cut.
Hey, you got to get it together,
That's
caller.
right.
Here we go.
Buzzer reigns supreme. 866-WE-BE-BIG
Code 212
is the number.
So this is Mr. Red Man Blue.
We got 2 lines available, so there's 8 of them are ready to go. But Cook's Pest Control and Centricon, the best termite protection you can find anywhere. You build that fortress with Cook's Pest Control and Centricon, and you got it just like you like it. And they also do a great job of battling any kind of pest: ants, spiders, fleas, ticks, rodents, termites, nesting wasps, roaches, other bugs.
They'll even dust for Greg.
Yeah, they will. As a matter of fact, after so many ticks got on Adler, we just had Cooks come spray them down. So anyway, just go to cookspest.com, cookspest.com to get them. They'll come out and do a free evaluation.
And look, they're good folks.
They really are.
They're good folks.
You know why? That's why we sing, looky, 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 here comes Cookie, Cooks Pest Control. Get your free evaluation at cookspest.com. Ed in Gardendale, it's rough cut now, buddy. Ed, it's 30 and 30 only. Let's go.
Hey, guys, I just wanted to tell you on the Cunningham guys, they had a younger brother that they really didn't have much to do with, and his name was Richie Cunningham. They weren't real happy with him.
Oh my God!
Okay. Did they just call him Richie C?
Real quick note: Randall Cunningham's daughter was also Olympic high jump in the Olympics this year.
Right again.
Really?
Yeah.
How'd she do?
I don't think she medaled.
How do you know all this stuff?
I saw it. He's her coach.
Expert.
He coaches her.
How about that?
He was there. It showed
That
him.
is an athletic family.
Yeah.
Panama City, Florida. Caleb, go
I know
ahead.
a lot about him.
30 seconds, I guess.
Hey guys,
Hey,
I'm 24. I've never had the flu vaccine. I've never had the flu. I'm looking to see if there's any data for guys that, or any guy or people that hasn't had COVID at all. Just wondering if I get the vaccine or not get the vaccine. There's no data for me to decide on, just based on I've been around people that's been positive and I haven't thought it.
yeah, there's people with this same. My wife is like that. My wife has been around it several times and has never contracted it. We thought she had tested her antibodies. She didn't have them. We were shocked because she'd been around it so much. But yeah, again, you just have to make your own decision. I mean, it's one of those things where, you know, the vaccine provides certainly does provide some protection. It's not 100%. There's research that seems to say as a treatment, it's not bad either. Meaning, if you do get it with the vaccine, as some people have, the odds are that you won't have a tough time with it. Not 100% guarantee there either, because there is no 100% guarantee.
No,
I don't know if he made the point that he's never had the flu. He's never had the flu vaccine. I don't think that really matters. I don't think that's going to help you this way, one way or the other.
No, I guess he's saying maybe he's with his blood type. He doesn't have a tough time with viruses in general.
They never have really proven that. I know that there seems to be some leaning in that way, but I've never heard. Have they ever had a test that actually proved that? A study? What I'm saying?
No, man. You just have to make your own decisions on that and talk to your doctors and decide that, because it does seem that some people are more susceptible than others, and I don't know why, and there really is no concrete evidence that would say this blood type, you know, will guarantee if you got this blood type, don't worry about it. I mean, that's not really out there. I can't explain the variations. Some people say it has to do sometimes with how much of the virus you get, what strand of the virus you get, that even inside of this, there's going to be strands that are more powerful than others, and who knows? It's just tough. Man, be thankful that you haven't had to deal with it. We'll continue. Let's go to David in Birmingham. David, 30 seconds. Go ahead.
Hey, guys, talking about legends, whether they can be confirmed or denied in college football. I've heard a great story about Leroy Jordan, played at Alabama, and Bear Bryant was disgusted with his defense. He thought they were too soft. So they came to practice one day, lined the defense up at midfield, and put 11 footballs in the end zone, and said when he blew the whistle, whoever came back with a football, was tough enough to come back with a football, would be a starter for his defense. When he did it,
Sounds like made up something to me.
Greg says made up just about. We didn't get all the way through, but he claims made up.
How do you feel about it?
We have had the great Leroy Jordan here on the show before. It was a great guest.
Yeah, no
Yeah,
doubt.
he wrote that book. It's a good book.
Let's go to Brandon and Pelham. Brandon, go ahead. 30 seconds.
Hey, man, just quick comment about how the government's still controlling everything we do. Just got diagnosed with COVID, yada, yada, a few weeks ago. Got through it, thankfully, okay. So my doctor said, we got several options here when I tested positive. I said, well, we don't have to discuss any. My exact answer to him was, I want everything that Donald Trump said to take. He got to laughing. He said, I know what you need. He wrote the list out, ivermectin, yada, yada. Well, I have insurance. I went to 4 different pharmacies.
Rough cut's tough.
Well, what he's probably going to say,
What's
I was
the
going
first
to try.
word of rough cut? Rough.
I might try to finish it for him because I had some friends that just tested positive and got a prescription for ivermectin, and the pharmacies didn't have it. It was all on back order, and he was trying to find. Now, some of the independent pharmacies he had to go to, but he couldn't find it anywhere. It's like it wasn't available, and so he was having to wait for more to come in. I don't know if that's what he was saying or not, but you can get a prescription for it. It's just hard to find.
Well, what I would say, since it is a rough cut, see, the Donald Trump part could have been left out.
Yeah.
He should have come on and said, hey, man, I got it. I got through it. Told my doctor that I wanted this, this, and this. And then I went out to 4 different pharmacies. See, he would have still had 20 seconds.
Let me ask you this.
You know what I mean?
But Donald Trump didn't get ivermectin.
He got hydrochloroquine.
Right.
No, or did he get the
he was
infusion?
taking that ahead of time. Then he got the
infusion.
The infusion, the antibodies.
Yeah.
Let's go to
look what it did to his
If
hair.
I recall correctly.
Let's go to Jack in Decatur. Jack, go ahead. 30 seconds. Rough cut.
Jibbity Jack.
Yeah, I got a question. I've been struggling with this. Is it wrong of me that when I wake up every day, I wish that Speedy would hurt his lip again so he'll have to laugh the way he did when he had a hurt lip?
Boy, that is kind of mean, but I'm kind of with you.
Well, I tell you, when I play that on the best of,
Dennis
it's gold.
DeYoung doesn't think it's that
No,
funny.
not at all.
I should have probably just left the studio.
Or just don't laugh, don't fake laugh.
Well, Herman Munster
don't be
was in
funny.
here.
Yeah. Well, he wasn't. That was the point.
Well,
you were
he
faking.
said something funny.
You were faking.
He said it.
Were you faking?
He said it.
Funny.
It's like Herman
sounded
Munster
like
was in here.
It sounded
Just
like
don't
I,
fake.
it sounded like I was faking.
No.
So it's like, I
guys,
don't know
what he
to
said
do.
wasn't funny.
Let's go to
You
Jim.
don't even know what he
I
said.
remember it.
What'd he
Jim
say?
in Abbeville. Jim, go ahead.
But it still itches.
Hey, man.
Hey.
I was on watched on the news last night the removal of the statue. They're going to remove it, but they're going to cut it in half, so they're basically going to destroy it, and it's not going to be placed anywhere.
You talking about the Robert E. Lee statue?
Yeah.
Yep.
Well, you know what?
They're supposedly going to remove it and got cranes, but they got to cut it in half to tear it apart.
They'll weld it back.
Well, I mean, I hate to. Bubba's talked about this before. You know, it sometimes feels a little odd. I mean, over at the football stadium, we probably wouldn't have statues of people that lost.
That's
Well,
Rick
Rick,
and
I'm
Bubba.
glad
I had said earlier they voted to take it down, and somebody emailed and took issue with that. The mayor just ordered it down, but you know what I'm saying. The local government there is the one that controls that.
And
They
the
decided to
rulings
take it
from the
down.
state Supreme Court cleared the way for them to actually do
Yeah,
it.
what you're saying is when you elected that mayor, you voted for that mayor in that town had the authority, and then, as you said, Speedy, the appeal was given the authority to remove it, right?
Yeah. It just says here a pair of rulings by the state Supreme Court last week cleared the way for its removal.
Well, I got a related story here now that you brought it up. They're taking Bear Bryant's statue down in Tuscaloosa because he said something bad about Sam Bam Cunningham.
Greg, that didn't.
I've just read that.
Now, that's Greg at Rick and Bubba. So email the Burgess brothers.
Yeah, send it on. We won't look at it. Don't be too long with it.
I'm just reading the
be
report,
quick.
Rick. I'm just reading the report.
Okay, let me just tell you this. If y'all going to rip us one, it better be short.
Yeah.
That's right.
You better get to it early.
So the governor, a Democrat in the state, announced plans to remove it in June of last year. It met a bunch of legal challenges and then ended up with the state Supreme Court, and they ruled to clear the way for it to be removed.
Okay.
For some reason I had weird pauses through there, but
Yeah.
I can lose your breath.
I did a little bit.
Rick, he wasn't sure he was getting it right and he got nervous.
It's like when you start reading the story, you realize you hadn't read all the way down here.
I'm in the gravel.
Then I ran out of breath.
Fishtailing.
I was trying to pull it back in. Hit a bump.
And then he called himself out.
I tell you what I've done before is I know how far down I'm prepared to talk, and I read past. I'm like, why are you reading this?
Right.
Now I'm in no man's land.
You
shut up.
don't know what's after that line.
I'm just in the woods looking
Why
around.
are you still going? You knew where to stop.
You know, the past 18 months, there's no. I'm sorry. I'm just gonna move.
Go ahead, buddy.
I did run out of breath.
I know, he ran out of here.
That's probably from when you had COVID.
Yeah, gave it to
Buddy.
everybody else.
And you forgot you got new glasses on this whole time.
I feel good about them. They're very
I didn't like
comfortable.
them.
Yeah, I didn't realize how much different the studio looks when you can see.
Oh. Are we in HD
How do you
now?
like it?
Yeah, everybody's back in HD.
Does it look good in there?
Yeah. But I'm still worried about your color. More Rick and Bubba next.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
10 minutes to the top of the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show. Thanks for being with us. 866 We Be Big is our number. A couple of updates for you.
Update. It's a Rick and Bubba news update. It's a Rick and Bubba news update. It's a Rick and Bubba news update.
It looks like that Britney Spears is finally going to get her way. Her daddy says that he's
What
going
a zoo this is.
he's going to step down as the conservator.
I'll take a couple million and I'll get right out of the way.
He said that
I thought he'd already agreed to step
well,
aside.
he was still hanging on.
How many times he gonna step aside?
He was still hanging on. He says, according to his representative, Mr. Spears has said again and again, all he wants is what's best for his daughter. The Associated Press found the document, says if Mrs. Spears wants to terminate the conservator, how you say it?
You're close enough. Rick.
Conservatorship. How you say it? Conservatorship?
Good.
Conservative?
I'm good.
But he's the whole ship thing. You got to add the whole thing.
Conservatorship? I don't know.
Conservatorship?
In charge of her stuff.
Yeah. If she wants me out of the way,
yeah,
then she should. She thinks she can handle her own life.
But see, like that picture
I'm
there.
gonna be out.
But now, does
that
mean,
look like somebody that can take care of themselves?
No.
Look at that picture.
No, it
Does
does
this mean that he says, "I'll get out of the way. Just give me my $2 million. I'm gone"? Is it one of those things?
I don't know.
I tell you what. I'm gonna take $2 million and I'm out of this.
I'm out. I'm done.
Doesn't say that. No.
On top of what I've
Well, no,
already got.
it was in some of the stories that they were
I know he
still-
was wanting something
that
like
he wanted some kind of payment for something that was not finished.
Yeah.
something.
Well, in this story, I'm looking for that. I do not see it.
Does he still live in that RV?
The big story here is that he's willing to let her have control of her own life completely. And now I just look around at the part I was wanting to get to. Anybody think this is going to work out?
That's what he said. Let's sit back and watch. And see what happens.
Look right there, Greg.
Well, that's not the shot I'm worried about, even though you do have crazy eyes there. It's the post that she keeps making topless and dancing around the yard.
It doesn't make her look like she's got her stuff together.
All she had to do was just shut it down.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, but I think she's one of these people. She's addicted to it and just can't
Well,
do that.
let's
and we've had other people.
Let's just say this.
Oh, yeah.
You know, she's some people's mama. Okay, so let's just say, for instance, God forbid, that our mother, that picture your mama, or your.
Does that make K-Fed our dad?
Suddenly K-Fed is our dad. But if anybody's mama, let's just go there.
Okay.
If anybody's mama is turning cartwells topless, and underwear,
Celebrating their
I think anybody would. If, like, let's say somebody called, I called for help. Yes,
their
Mr.
kids are old enough now to
Yeah,
go, Mom.
Hello, young child. Yes, what's going on? Our mama's in the backyard doing cartwheels with no shirt on. I mean, that would be something that somebody would send somebody to the house, wouldn't they?
It would show someone who doesn't have control of themselves.
Right, but we'll see.
You would think.
Sometimes you do have to just say. I mean, she, like you said, Bubba, she's an adult. Then she says she's okay, and if the doctors agree with that, then let
me tell you,
let her have her money.
Who's sitting by waiting? There's these people who claim they're her friends.
Oh, you're talking about the Free Britney people?
Oh yeah, and when all of a sudden the ones that are closest, when she's got control of that money, you think they ain't gonna show up?
Didn't
you talking about like vulture sitting in the tree?
Didn't K-Fed already sue for increase?
He
in
did
his
because
alimony.
Yeah, because his lifestyle didn't match hers, and when the
he
kids
had
were
the
with
kids,
him,
it was a big step down.
Yeah, that was his argument.
And you know how kids worry about that kind of stuff.
Yeah. Yeah.
I don't remember thinking about anything like that.
K-Fed's new girlfriend might be concerned with it.
Sounds like it.
Yeah.
So
I wish you were K-Fed.
We'll see.
What's he Greg fed?
Anybody think
around here around breakfast?
Can I get anybody to vote that you think this is going to be the big turnaround and she's going to be fine and be responsible and everything's going to
Well,
be
Rick,
fine?
if I'm going by the evidence that's on the table as we speak,
right?
Like back to Bubba's, example of the videos and stuff, it's not looking great.
Right.
Look, I can say this as a
responsible
Britney fan. I'm afraid she's going to go the way that many before her have gone, and she'll, she just won't make it that much longer. She'll,
Well, I hope not. I hope.
But
it goes
look at the list of singers in Hollywood. It is a long and distinguished list.
Yeah, it's not good.
Michael Jackson, Prince. All of them.
Just when you thought, it's a bad list. Just when you thought things couldn't get any worse in our world, we have now Impossible chicken nuggets made only from plants.
Impossible.
I tell you what, with those things, it's impossible for me to enjoy it.
I'm not sure what they're made of before this.
I thought chicken was supposed to be, I mean, I thought that was the other meat, that was better for you.
I thought.
Well,
maybe not processed.
These are. I just have a hard time thinking.
Got to drive through, just tapping the brakes everywhere you go.
I have a hard time thinking that if I take some made-up plant version of chicken, whatever it is you put in. You ever seen what they put in chicken?
Oh boy,
it's a.
Well, it has to bond together.
Greg, it's like they make chicken salad, but they just took the chicken and turned it into.
Well, it's compressed. It has to be compressed.
Yeah, it's not good
and glued together.
And so I'm going to take plants and I'm going to create something like that.
Yeah.
And I'm just going to deep fry that too.
Mm-hmm. You're even further from chicken than you originally were.
I think this may even be going, and this is what we've said on the show 1,000 times. People can eat the way they want to eat, and you know what? Just don't force others to eat the way that you think everybody should eat,
Greg.
But here's the thing: I just think if you're going to get in the world of eating better, you just leave the world of nuggets. You leave the world of donuts. You leave the world of hamburgers and this kind of stuff.
Go over there to the salad.
Right. Yeah. You already have your healthy foods, so stay out of all this.
Yeah.
Just if I
with the unhealthy.
why wouldn't I just get a salad with some fresh vegetables and fruit on it, as opposed to eating a plant-based chicken nugget?
What you're saying is, Rick, it would be like the heavy foods going over into the lighter foods and having like a meat salad.
Yeah.
You never hear of that.
Salad. What if all of a sudden you walk?
How about that? Maybe a big pile of meat.
What if
I was saying that as a joke, but now that I'm thinking about it,
I'm picturing it.
Well,
I told you my dismay when I
got bologna and ham.
Yeah.
Mix it together.
I think Arby's has done this. Just they added a bun to it.
They did.
We got meat. But when
what was the name of that sandwich we had?
I remember
had every meat they had on it.
I just don't know. I just remember
that's
how much
the first time I didn't eat
Meat
2
Mountain.
days.
Meat Mountain.
Yeah.
Meat Mountain.
Yep.
Mountain of meat.
No.
Mighty Meat.
I ate Meat Mountain and then went by and saw a cardiologist on the way.
Oh yeah, he said you need to lay
Straight
down.
like confessional. I just walked in. I said something's clogged.
Walking slow today.
But the thing about it is, just stay out of this stuff, because I think you're creating more dangerous foods by trying to come up with healthy versions of processed junk food or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
Just leave it over there and either stay away from it, or if you want to go over there in moderation. To me, the time you're taking to eat a veggie burger versus just eat a burger, just don't eat a lot of them. Hey, I got some plant-based chicken nuggets. Yeah, you still feel good about that?
Did you see what it said on page 2 though of the article? If you eat it, you don't have to take the vaccine.
Oh, there it is.
See, look right there. It protects you from COVID.
And has anybody ordered the meatless hamburger? Who's got it? McDonald's or which one's got it?
Was it Burger King?
Burger King. Don't most of them have?
Does
one
anybody order that?
Not
Remember
that
they got mad because they were cooking it in the grease of the regular hamburger.
I've never seen it ordered. I did.
I've never tried it, so I can't say.
Really, what you should do if you want to be healthier and not give you any problems at all, just eat regular chicken nuggets. Just keep your mask on.
Yeah,
that's a good idea. And stay seated.
Stay seated. Yeah, be sure don't get up too high. Stay seated.
Yeah.
Top of the hour. If you leave us, we hope you have a great day, and Lord willing, we'll be back for another edition of Rick and Bubba tomorrow. If we're wrapping things up and you got more to go and you got some more content out there, enjoy that. Find out how to do that at rickandbubba.com.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Hey, thank you for watching Rick and Bubba live on our YouTube channel. We're here live every Monday through Friday.
Be sure to subscribe and hit the little bell for notifications.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. I can't start another Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Day without 'em, brother. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Ooh, there is no other Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Waking on their blubber. Rick and